We'll call the study session to order. Chief Lyons, is this you?
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I appreciate the opportunity tonight to present to you on the potential of migrating our current retirement program to the FPPA, the Fire and Police Pension Association. You will see as we kind of progress through tonight's feasibility study, things that might pop out that may warrant some questions. I've asked Catherine from Human Resources to be here, as well as Director Farman, and Beth Hemingway from FPPA and her entire team, as it appears, which I appreciate them being here. So any questions that you might have at the end of the presentation, I'll ask that you wait until then, and then we'll have plenty of people here that can offer an appropriate response. As you know, we're currently in a defined contribution 401A plan in place with Social Security. So it is just the 401A, currently administered by Mission Square Retirement, formerly ICMA, RC. Oops, did I go too far? I feel like I'm going the wrong direction, so I apologize here. I've never done this particular. Okay, a little bit of background. FPPA has been around since 1980, and we'll kind of go into what their current situation is. The police department was once in FPPA prior to 1987. For reasons that I'm not fully aware of, there was a decision to move out of the FPPA and into a 401A January 1st, 1987. The contributions at that time were identified as 8% from the employee and 8% from the employer. I should mention that those are still, after 36 years, the current contribution rates into that plan. As I mentioned, FPPA has been around since 1980. They are financially sound with over $5 billion in overall assets. There are currently over 200 police and fire jurisdictions in Colorado that participate in the FPPA, and more are coming on board each year. Some of the benefits that are identified, and these are somewhat anecdotal, but what we know from our current and most previous hiring processes is that FPPA and having the overall compensation policy and retirement benefits are important to police officers getting into the profession, particularly officers who are looking at coming to Cherry Hills Village from other law enforcement agencies. So our ability to attract and retain quality police officers is of paramount importance, particularly, and we've talked about this in previous council members, how epidemic the hiring crisis is in American law enforcement. This job, unlike many other jobs, requires completing physically and mentally demanding duties and having the capability of performing those duties to a high level of expectation. what we have found is that becomes more challenging as we age. This is not a job that is typically done to the normal retirement age for others in civilian-like positions. Excuse me. It also gives the city an opportunity to become an employer of choice for those lateral officers that I mentioned. Because FPPA, once you're in their program, it is portable. And so our ability to attract officers from other FPPA agencies becomes greater, as opposed to asking them to leave their fully defined benefit pension. Just a quick comparison. We benchmarked 20 other agencies in the Front Range, municipal agencies from Monument up to Thornton. Of those 20 other agencies, 14 of them are currently in FPPA. There are 6 that are in a similar 401A or 403B type system. And you'll see the column on the left are the total contribution rates between the employee and the employer. And what you will see there is, based on that data set, Cherry Hills Village Police Department ranks last in contribution, overall contribution between employee and the employer. Excuse me. Should we decide to implement, what's really cool about FPPA as compared to a few years ago, it required 100% at one point, 100% of its staff to enroll in the FPPA system. After a vote of, I believe it was 65% of the voting members agreed to transition to FPPA, everybody had to do it. That's no longer the case. So our membership would have the ability to enroll or not to enroll in FPPA based on their individual financial situation. Once we moved to FPPA, that does become the primary city retirement for any new officers hired after the effective date. Because we were once in FPPA prior to 1987, it is considered a re-entry for Cherry Hills Village Police Department, which allows for a few additional options and plans of choice. So our officers have the ability to choose which plan makes most sense for them individually, albeit the full statewide defined benefit that we are proposing, or a hybrid model, or to currently stay in their 401A system. They would have those choices available to them. As I mentioned, our current contribution rate is 8% for the employee, 8% for the employer. That does not take into account the 1.45% Medicare allocation as well, but just in terms of that 401A, 8% employee, 8% employer. If we were to join FPPA, it would likely not occur until 2024, hopefully in that first quarter. But police officers would bear the heavy load. Their contribution would go from 8% to 12% immediately in that first year. Of that, the first 8% is pre-tax because that's what we currently allow in our plan document with ICMA, and the 4% would be post-tax because they do have a choice of plan. There is a 1.9% affiliation fee, which we'll talk about here in just a moment, which can either be paid fully by the employee, fully by the employer, or split evenly between both entities. The city's contribution rate would raise to 10% in 2024, and then 0.5% every year to 2030, which there will be a cap out at 13%. Again, that 1.9 to be discussed on the next slide, but that is either paid fully by the city, paid fully by the employee, or split evenly.
So that's it's one affiliation fee, but you show it under either because it could be paid in a variety of ways.
Correct. So this slide here kind of breaks that down a little bit better for you. There is a 1.9% affiliation. Well, it's not called affiliation fee anymore. I forgot to change that. It is what is it called now, Beth, by the way? Continuing rate of contribution. And that fee is, again, it can be split by the employee and the employer, or paid 100% by either party. That fee will never go up. It can remain constant, or it can decrease, and it's reevaluated each year. Essentially what that does is it offsets the cost to ensure that current FPPA members are not subsidizing any new members. And so there's an evaluation that that occurs, and I think I just mentioned that the good news is that it can't go up from that 1.9%.
And that's just a one-time fee, or that's ongoing
Now
every
it's an
year?
ongoing contribution.
Every year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although it could be decreased after further analysis. Oh.
Use your microphone.
It says here that it doesn't apply to future new hires.
Correct. So once the program goes live, any new employee that comes into the program, they do not have to subsidize that that affiliation fee essentially, because they are the intention is that they're going to be in the program for the long run for another 25 or 30 years. So that is only for employees getting into the program to ensure that they are offsetting the cost associated to their membership. And I'll have FPPA explain that a little bit further. This is a fee that I dealt with the last time I moved through this program, and I believe that fee was much higher then, so it has decreased. That's good news. Okay. In terms of budget impact, this has, as you know, already been included in the long-range financial forecast. The analysis was assuming that all 25 of our sworn staff elected to participate. Increased cost compared to current plan is a little over $100,000, assuming the city would pay the affiliation fee, and again, 100% of our sworn personnel were to move to FPPA. So we just tried to do sort of worst-case financial evaluation. There are increases each year, as you know, for the city to move to 13% by 2030, 0.5% a year. As Councilmember McGuire mentioned, the new hires are not subject to that 1.9% fee, so anyone hired after the effective date. If this proposal is approved by City Council, implementation would likely occur in that first quarter of 2024.
When you say the increased cost is $105,000, is that the?
That's the difference between what we're budgeted for now and what we would be budgeted for should we transition to this program in
the increased
2024. That's
contributions.
the difference in cost.
Right, and that would
Is that the
be,
increased contributions, or is it something else?
No, that's the increased city's contribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
105,000 then in the first year, but then that would go up 0.5% each year until you get to 13%, and then it would flatten out.
Correct. Unless there's additional legislation that occurs as that 2030 sunsets. So the pros to move into FPPA, as I've outlined, it is a defined benefit as opposed to the defined contribution. The only thing defined in the defined contribution is the contribution. It is market driven. So it makes planning for retirement quite challenging because the ebbs and flows of the market.
Chief, on this, how has it become a defined benefit? If you really define the contribution as being 12%, I think, whatever it was, how does it then become a defined benefit? For example, let's say a police officer is making X dollars. How does that become a defined benefit for him when he retires?
Sure. And then at the end, I'll let FPPA kind of explain that in greater detail. What is the greatest benefit of this defined benefit program is that there is essentially a matrix around years of service and what percentage of that employee's average of their highest 3 years, that becomes their lifetime benefit for the remainder of their natural life, as opposed to having X amount of dollars in a defined contribution, which is driven solely by the market. You could have $1 million at one point, and then we have another 08, 09, and you lose 60% of that, and that becomes what you have left for the rest of your natural life. The defined benefit is set based on years of experience or years in the program, your salary, the average of your highest 3 years, and then the algorithm that occurs from there. So each person in this program earns 2% for the first 10 years that they're in FPPA and 2.5% for any future years beyond that. So just kind of doing quick math, if you're making $100,000 a year and you retire after 20 years of service, I'm not good at math, but what is that, 45% of your pay? Look at me. That's not so bad. And that's actually the fastest I've ever done math in my head. 45% of 100,000, you have a lifetime benefit of $45,000 a year.
So my question, because I've looked at these before, if the contribution's fixed at 12% plus whatever this, does the matrix, I mean, how does the matrix work that you get to that benefit? You know, if you've been a police officer for 20 years and you get to that 45,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
How does that work since you're really defining really only the contribution?
The contribution is what allows the program to stay funded.
Right.
Essentially. So you're putting so much into it, but the assumption is that you're going to get this set amount of money back based on years of service. The 12 and the 13% is not necessarily the numerical that you would expect to return. It's to keep the program funded at where they're at. It's necessary to be able to pay out current and future retirees.
So it's very much like,
Cost of the program is what's funded.
very much like the para program.
Exactly. It's just, parents.
But similar to para, and right now it seems like FFPA is doing a really, really good job, way better than para. But if they started to do a bad job, then like para, they'll come back and say to current employees and maybe even retirees, we got to change this. going
Correct.
forward.
Yeah. If they were to fall short, and FPPA has done this analysis, I believe they do it every year, to ensure that, one, the contribution rates are where they need to be, and that that their asset balance remains.
How do the employees vest? Is there a plan as how you vest these employees?
Yeah, it is a 5-year vesting on
5
FPPA, and officers can purchase service credits after 1 year in the program. So let's say I have 10 years of prior law enforcement experience, and I'm deciding, as would be the case for most of our staff, and we move to FPPA, they could use, should they choose to, they could use their 401, the money that's in their 401 account, to purchase service credit, essentially years into this program. And so maybe they can't buy back all 10, but they can get 7 or 8 of those years based on what they have in their 401 account. Then now all of a sudden they are 1 year in, because you have to be in it for a year to buy, and they buy 7 or 8 years, so they're 8 or 9 years into their retirement, their 25-year retirement. Should that be what they want to work?
If they use their 401K, is that a taxable event to them? Is that
To use that money to
Use their
purchase? No.
401k?
No, it's a qualifying account. Is that the sort of the plan-to-plan transfer? They're
And,
not penalized for that.
and there's a minimum, as I recall, there's a minimum number of years that they've got to serve in order to get that defined benefit. If they retired prior to that, then presumably what they get whatever their contribution back, plus presumably what the employer made back to them in a lump sum.
If they didn't vest, if they didn't do their 5-year vesting, they don't get the benefit of those 5 years. They just get back their contribution.
What happened
Okay,
to their,
well, just hang on just 1 second. But, so in other words, after 5 years, though, that's all it takes is 5 years. At that point in time, if they retire, they would get an ongoing benefit, monthly benefit, for the rest of their lives.
Depending on the matrix where they are.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying is the
But it'd
matrix
be a
usually.
smaller percent if they'd only been
No,
there for 6 years.
Right,
I
and it would
get that,
depend
but
on.
typically it's
And the beauty of this, and which is on the next slide, is that there are so many options around retirement. You can drop, which is the deferred retirement option plan, which allows an employee to essentially enter retirement. It stops the contribution into that plan, and I think, does Fidelity manage that still? The drop. The self-directed account. So essentially what happens is that monthly benefit gets invested for them for up to 5 years while they continue to work and receive full pay and receive full benefits. They're just not contributing anymore to their retirement. It's essentially locking it in, but allows them to work for an additional 5 years. Another option is deferment, which allows someone to retire. And as long as they don't draw that monthly benefit, then that continues to increase and compound. And there are certain amounts of years and certain ages that apply to all of those programs, but it does allow for some options. So if somebody left after 5 years, their contribution or their monthly benefit would be quite small.
But there would still be one, which that
would
then
be
is
one.
And again, I'm very familiar with para. I know a lot about para house. That's a very big difference. I'm looking at these guys shaking their heads because you've got to get up to, basically, it's the amount of time that you've been serving plus your age. I think you got to get up to like 55 or something like that.
Right.
Prior to that, you wouldn't get anything going forward. You just get back your contribution plus the employer's contribution plus the interest that was earned at that, which is a lot of money, but it comes back. And then once you get over that amount, and you're saying in this plan, though, it's really small. It's basically just 5 years of service.
Yeah, so it'd be
period.
10% of your pay.
Yeah, and
would be your
and then you can get that. Okay.
What happens to the balances in the officers in the 401A? Can they take that out now and roll it over, I would assume, to an IRA or something, or just let it accumulate?
Well, they can leave it where it's at and ride the market. They could use the balance to purchase service credit should they choose to. They also have the ability under this reentry program to move into a hybrid system, which is a partial defined benefit and a money market account. So they could play in both fields should they want to. And the FPPA, assuming we were to move forward, they would do presentations to our staff to make sure that they understand all of the benefits of the program, and then individual meetings to discuss each person's individual financial situation before they made an election to move or not move.
So if they take that money out of the 401A to buy the additional years, let's say, does that taxable them, or is that deferred, tax deferred? If they take the 401A money out to buy into that?
There's no penalty on that, as Councilmember McGuire
tax
just asked that.
consequence?
Yeah, there's no, so because it's a account to account transfer and
Similar to an
it's
IRA
qualifying
roll.
account, yeah, right.
Chief, I am a defined benefit retirement beneficiary, and I have bought service. While you mentioned the idea of having a defined amount every month, it is a very much either a political football or financial football that people say that, in this case, it would be FPPA, cannot manage and receive the returns that the average guy can in their own investment portfolio. Obviously, it looks like the idea here of moving to FPPA is that the defined benefit is acceptable to all of the people that participate in it. But I want to just talk a little bit, or have you talk a little bit about what the general people on our force think in terms of understanding that when the market is going great, their 401 is going to kill probably I think it was 9%, well, 15.7% in 2021, but down negative 9.65 last year. But I guess everybody understands what they're walking into is in the trade-off. I want to make sure that that's understood, because while it's great to get a certain amount a month, when inflation keeps going up or the market is going up faster than your defined benefit, you're losing ground.
Yeah, and in terms of assuming that they know what is best for them might be an overreach. That is why the informational sessions occur. And I appreciate the fact that FPPA meets with people individually to talk about their goals and where they want to be in retirement and kind of what that looks like for them individually before they make an election. I would say that in terms of themes, this is theme number one in our organization. This is the most important topic that is discussed daily, is having, if there's one thing missing in the big puzzle of Cherry Hills Village Police Department, it is a defined benefit pension, no question about it. It's the thing I hear most about for all of those reasons. 401 is great, but when you're also the lowest compensated 401, it makes it challenging. We have officers that are working much longer than they ever intended to retire comfortably. And I would venture to say that we have an opportunity in the near future to hire a 20-something-year-old who actually might be able to retire in his or her 50s with 80 or 85% of their pay for the rest of their life. retirements, pensions are going away, and private sector as well. And this is an opportunity for us to get back into, should they choose to. Remember, this is a total choice of each individual employee, and we have to, the goal is to give them the information to make the most informed decision that we can, based on what FEPA provides them. They're also given opportunities to reach out to their own financial counselors to decide what's best, and they're given some time, which is why this wouldn't happen until 2024. They're given some time to do their due diligence and make the best decision for them that has the greatest impact on their future. So there are lots of pieces to your question. I will say that our staff is pretty sophisticated. For young officers to be thinking about retirement is totally contrary to how it was when I started, and I give them full credit for that. But this is the number one priority, to answer your question.
And in that regard then, and I'm presuming this would be the case, like you say, a lot of our officers are young. When you've got many, many years of service, taking 4% additional out of your paycheck every month is not a big deal. But when you're younger, that's a big deal. And what you're saying is all of our officers are basically saying, hey, we see that and we want to do it, and we're good with it.
I don't want to speak for their election. I would say that they understand the program. Many of them have come from other FPPA agencies, and it would be a big benefit for them to get back into that. They understand that it's a greater contribution on their behalf, and they will have to make that decision with all the cards being shown. Just in general conversations, I'm in the middle of my one-on-ones again this year. Again, primary issue in the organization, and of the 23 that we have in-house right now, at least 20 have expressed interest in moving to this based on what they know, which is all the things, the greater contribution, the ability to buy service credit, all of those things are pushing their interest in still moving to this program. No question.
Let me make sure I understand the numbers correctly. It seemed to me, under the current program, it's 8% plus 8%, employee, employer. Under the new program, or the proposed program, the one we're considering, it would be 12 and 10?
12 from the employee, 10 this year in 2024, going up 0.5% a year to 2030, capping out at 13%.
Okay, so this year it would be 22% combined,
Correct.
and then it would go up to 5%, which is, this year alone, that's a 50% increase in the total contribution between the employee and the employer. What, are they going to get 50% more retirement benefit than they would expect with a 401k or 401?
Yeah, the 401A.
Yeah.
Sure. Again, the way I view this, sort of apples to oranges, in that the 401A is a best guess given market conditions, whereas the defined benefit is something they can plan for. If 85% of their pay for the rest of their life, based on an average of 2% increases a year, they can start to kind of plan that out, where they're going to be making in 25 years, 20 years from now, whatever it may be, 85% of that. And to have the additional options of retirement that the 401A doesn't currently offer, which is the deferment, the drop, and this other one called a rule of 80. They have more available options to them on how they want to retire and when they want to retire, as just opposed to the balance in their 401.
Well, I understand variability versus constancy. I'm just trying to get my hands around what an average expectation would be, because, like say, it's a 50% increase combined now, and that just gets worse as we move from 10 to 13%. So, they may be getting a constant return, but it may be, at the bottom of the range that the variability might have provided. And that's what I'm trying to kind of get my mind around.
Well, I think
Well,
that
picking up
that-
further on that, I mean, you use the expression, your staff is fairly sophisticated. And that's, that's the thing at the end of the day. So sophisticated investors typically go towards market-driven solutions. Because if you're comfortable with the risk, which is typically what sophistication is all about, you recognize that you earn substantially more. The benefit here is that it's a conservative, which basically is, and if you look at, and I did over the last 10 years, the returns in comparison to the market are, on up years, substantially less, but on down years are better. I mean, in other words, and so you're in that, and that's what's happening at the end of the day, is you're sitting back and saying, hey, this is a secure thing, I'm going to be able to count on that, as opposed to, hey, if I invested this myself, I'm disciplined, et cetera, I recognize the risk, but I look at these returns overall, and that's kind of the definition of sophisticated. Sure. I know I'll do better. But, and so.
And I think that's part of the analysis that
Right,
occurs
yeah.
before they make that decision. You know, and there's so many variables, right? So if you have the time to ride the waves for 30 years, yeah, you're probably right. The market-driven account's the way to go. If you've got 8 years left, you may not have the time to ride the waves. And so I think what they're looking for potentially might be a definition of what retirement looks like for them based on their service credit and their rate of pay.
And I think that's really similar to a lot of health insurance choices that you have out there, right? Like the high deductible plans that cost less, but if something serious happens, you better have the savings to pay for it. It's the risk versus reward conversation. So my question then is, to make sure I understand, it sounds like if people elect not to participate, then they just make their own savings and the city doesn't contribute anything to that.
Well, they would, if they stay in the 401A, they continue their current rate of contribution. The city-
Okay, so they would stay in a 401A?
Yep, the current plan.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And would the city continue their 8% then?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, so
But
it would
just
just
the
stay the same.
8%.
Okay, because I thought this was if you don't choose to, we're moving to FPPA and you can participate or not, but not is nothing, but that's
Can
your
you go
boundaries.
back?
Okay.
But picking up on that, presumably then, because what we'd have is,
You get
we
more money.
could have some officers in FFPA and some officers remaining with the 401A, which is two plans, but there would be no additional cost in the city administering two plans. Whereas if everybody went over, then there's just one plan at that point in time. But there would be no additional, incremental cost associated with two, maintaining or being involved with two plans.
The rest of the organization's still going to obviously work on the 401A plan. So we'll have to administer that either way,
Okay, good.
right?
Thank you.
But let me this might be a good time for me to just add a couple of bigger picture thoughts, because the council's talking about some of these ideas about, especially as we get into the city's contribution increasing over time. It's important for council to realize recruitment and retention has been a theme of mine for a little bit. And the fact that this is a great place to work and that there's great people and the community is great counts. But we would be short-sighted if we just rode that horse and that was the only horse we rode on. This is really a part of a bigger picture approach where we are attempting to understand how we fit in. You might recall we're also doing a compensation study. This particular FPPA program will obviously only affect the police department. But we also want to look at all the other employees as well. It's my recommendation to council that while, some of those crazy increases that we were seeing in salaries may have slowed slightly, I suspect that we're already behind as it relates to our ability to recruit and retain employees. I know that when we have vacant police officer positions, that is an early question that often gets asked. Why are you not on FPPA? Are you going to get on FPPA? It's all part of the bigger picture that we're trying to make sure that we are doing everything we can to put our great staff in the best possible position to keep them here.
But I think, and you're hitting on something high level, which is important. For example, Cherry Hills could sit back and go, I'm not saying we want to do this, we don't want to go to the FPPA, but we're going to bump up our contribution to the 401A.
Sure.
You know, so that just says, hey, we need to consider those compensation, remuneration, benefit levels overall. But in this case, though, we're only talking about 401A versus FPPA, or are we talking about, for instance, saying, hey, we want to go to FPPA in this basis, but hey, if we contributed 15% to the 401A, then maybe you do something different.
I think that's all on the table.
Bigger analysis that goes on here to decide what the alternatives are.
Totally agree. This is really the first introduction of the topic. You know, in fairness to the chief, you know, he has been a believer in this from the day he was hired, and he's been very patient with me as we're trying to work out this more bigger picture approach on, you know, all these moving pieces kind of going in lockstep. I think that something like that's available. I would, the more I've learned about it myself and the more we've talked, right now there is no choice. You're stuck with the market solution, end of story. I think previously the FPPA was also a no choice option as well in the old days, right? When you got in, it was a closed shop, but that's not good language to use. But you know what I mean, right? You didn't have a choice, and everybody was in FPPA, even if you personally voted no. For me, as a city manager, if we did provide the opportunity to go to FPPA, and someone still had the outlook that they think that over the long term they can absorb that risk and really do well, they have that choice. From my perspective, the benefits we gain as an employer as it relates to retention and recruitment are going to outstrip, because of that opportunity for choice, it's going to outstrip the potential negatives that the increase in contributions would provide.
And that's
Do
what
we-
you've got saying,
yeah.
right?
Do-
I mean,
well,
because as part
yeah.
of the compensation study that you're doing from abroad, you know, if everything was all completed, all of these studies were completed, and you put it up there on the whiteboard, and you'd sit there and you'd go, okay, this is what we need to do, and it'll be a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. But right now, we're assuming we're going, yeah, we don't know what that's going to say, but we know this is going to be a piece of it, and we're willing to take that before we see the
Like-
broad analysis.
Yeah,
at
I
the
think
end
the
of day.
chief has basically said that this is the preference of the officers there now that has been expressed, right? And I guess one question I have then is about, whoa, okay, sorry. Is about, it would seem to me that if we were to move to a program like this where people have this choice, that out of fairness, we would have to increase our contribution to the 401A. I don't think we could contribute 13% to these people and only 8 to this. So
Maybe.
I think that's
Maybe
part-
not.
I think that's part of the overall analysis.
I would offer to you that I think, because really what Councilor Holan's talking about, which leads to that conclusion, is the idea that what we're doing for the police department may end up then having sort of trickle-down effects on the rest of the employees. So it's important to remember, and we'll see how it plays out when we get to the compensation study, but a lot of our police officers, you know, the entire police department has a different pay plan, right? They use a different system for moving through the pay range than the civilian staff.
I even
uses.
mean just within the police department. If some people choose to stay
Well-
on the 401A,
I understand. I would then,
Yeah.
that's going to be hard to then stop at just the police department at that point.
Yeah.
But my point is, I do think when we get to the compensation study, the police department in general, there's going to be exceptions. But in general, a lot of them are going to be higher up within their pay range compared to the civilian staff who use a different pay progression system, and they will likely, I'm projecting here, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But I think there's going to end up being a difference there. Whether or not the net result of that study shows that our civilian employees, to be competitive in the market, should see a similar increase to the retirement, that's a maybe, maybe not.
Are we going to be making these decisions together? Are you asking us to make a decision? I realize not tonight, but.
No, not tonight.
Will we be making a decision on this before we know what the pay study or the compensation
I
study
don't think
says?
so.
Likely, yes.
I don't think we should.
Well, Randy,
I mean,
yeah.
I think Earl's touching on the point. This is an element of compensation. You know, whether you're, and when I read the write-up, I was kind of struggling with context. You know, I really didn't have a sense of how we stacked up our total package, cash plus other compensation, how we stack up with other municipalities. You know, and that concerns me, making a decision on one element. If I was an employee and you said, would you like a defined benefit plan? I don't know, you know, if it didn't cost me a lot more, I suppose so. But if you gave me the choice of, because I think it's something like currently, if you divided that over the number of officers, it's something like $5,000 a person or so. Our cost as a contributor to the pension plan, you know, would you prefer to have a better pension? And I don't even know if it's better either, because I don't know. When your contributions go up 50%, is your average expectation of a payout going up by 50%? If it's not, you're losing ground, right?
It's not going up 50%.
But the concern is taking it out of context, you know, and not saying, okay, I'll give you a choice. You want $5,000 or you want this pension plan? Puts a whole different light on it. So I have trouble looking at this and really, I mean, other than, you know, reading it and it's an interesting document and all that, you know, getting to a point anywhere close to deciding or making a decision out of context.
I think that's, I was just going to say, and I think this is important because we're asking the questions. I mean, the point is, the mere fact that you come and say, hey, we want to do the FFPA, I'll just speak for myself. You get me to 70% right there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't relieve that obligation to sit back and say, hey, I know we're probably going to do this because but at the end of the day, I got to do the analysis. I got to be able to look at the full context of everything, as Randy says at the end of the day, in order to justify my decision. So hopefully that's a positive. It's like the mere fact that you say you want to do this. I go way over here, but it doesn't mean that I just ignore that last 30%, if that's the numbers we're going to say, hey, Mr. Director of Finance and what have you, and let's have the analysis and let's see the full broad spectrum of things at the end of the day to make sure that it makes some sense broadly. So hopefully that, because I realize these questions, all of a sudden it makes it sound like council could be against it. We're not. I mean, like I say, I'm speaking for myself. It goes, you're already over here, but you just have to have the rest of this information and analysis in order to make an informed decision.
Well, and I think Randy's point was sort of my question as well, which is that you have said that this is kind of the number one topic of conversation, and that holds a lot of water for me as well. But I'm wondering if it was ever discussed as you know, we're going to increase contributions. The city's going to pay 13, you're going to pay 12. Do you want that in a defined benefit plan, or do you want it in a 401A? And so, I mean, it's easy to say, I'd much rather have this program, the defined benefit program, over a program where the city's only contributing 8%. I think that's an easy choice. But those aren't the only two choices, and I'm not sure, you know, have other options been discussed, and this is still the kind of the desire, or?
I mean, to be totally fair, the conversations that we're having right now are what will generate future conversations as we continue to dive deeper into this project. The question that's going to come before council, should this advance, essentially is, should FPPA be our retirement program of the future? And the only people compelled to go into this program are people that don't work here yet. That won't start until after we've transitioned. The choice remains with the current employees. And there are a few ways, and I'm sure Beth could speak to this. A lot of municipalities do it a lot of different ways. One is that you try to create some equity in increasing the contribution for those who do not want to get into FPPA, want to stick with the money market 401A, as a way to kind of to create equity, right? So if the city's contributing 13% to FPPA at some point down the road, then maybe they should too get 13%. The other way that many municipalities do it, and by the way, I don't have an opinion on that one way or the other, what is right or not, is that there are two plans in front of you. One is funded at 16%. You're welcome to stay in it. And one is funded at what will be 25%. You're welcome to join. And before you make that decision, you should do your homework. And FPPA is going to provide you some information, and your financial advisor should provide some information. I'm not saying one is right over the other, but those are the two that I have seen that have been presented when municipalities have transitioned into FPPA. And in terms of what is better for them, what is a better retirement? That's to the decision of the individual employee. I don't know that we can say what is better and what isn't. None of us can predict the future, but I think they have to make that informed decision to the best of their ability. And nothing changes. They're not losing anything by staying where they're at. It remains status quo.
Chief, let me ask a question, because I think you raised it initially, said that, and I'll ask Doug this, did we look at this in doing that long-range financial plan? Is there some numbers in there based upon some rough estimate of what we're talking about here?
We did. We knew that at least we would be presenting this to council, so we did incorporate the most conservative scenario that we could. So we incorporated 100% of the current officers migrating to FPPA.
So the 108,000 Chief's talking about, we did look in the long-range plan. Okay.
And just let me ask a question. So you get 80% of your top, I think that's what you said, 80% of your best 3 years. And so let's pick a number. Let's assume it's 80,000.
You get a percentage of your highest 3 years depending on how many years you have.
Okay,
It
right,
could be far
okay.
less than 80, yeah.
And is that fixed forever, or does that adjust with inflation? The payouts?
I think that would be a question that I'd ask our friends at FPPA, if you want to come forward. and
Yes, feel
answer.
free to come up to the, so that we can hear
on
you
up.
at the microphone. We do bite, but we can't reach you from this far away, so you're safe.
All right.
Thank you.
So what the chief is talking about is the base benefit. That base benefit is fixed. That would be over their lifetime. In FPPA, the cost of living adjustments are not fixed and they're not guaranteed. They are determined by the FPPA Board of Directors each year. And so what we generally say is those would be the raises on that base benefit in retirement. So this is meant to be a portion of their retirement, but not their whole retirement. So we would encourage them to still have other accounts to pay themselves their COLAs in case there isn't one.
And do we have something in here that says what the cost of living increases have been over the past number of years? Anything that reflects that?
I'm not sure
Or is it
if,
something that they usually do every year?
I didn't see it.
No, it's,
so since it's not fixed and it's not guaranteed, right now, there's a whole new COLA policy, and we can talk about that as well. I'm pointing back to my team, Chip Wiley, our chief benefits officer, can speak more to the current COLA policy and things that are being implemented now due to legislation this year. So historically, early on, in the early years, then the cost of living adjustments were higher. As you've gone on over the years, there have been a number of changes to the plan. So back in the day when Cherry Hills Village Police left FPPA, it was a very bare bones plan. You don't have the benefits that you have now. Normal retirement age was age 60. There was not drop. There wasn't a deferred retirement. It was just age 60. You received a 2% benefit for all years of service, and it capped at a 50% benefit. So over the years, there have been a number of enhancements to the plan, which have then and changed the benefits and then increased the cost. So early on, those cost of living adjustments were higher, and those were all done at a 16% contribution rate. But then over the years, then members in 2014 voted to increase their contribution rates. And then as a result of some legislation, the employer contributions went up as well in order to help fund, because there've been some changes like the rule of 80 and some more benefit changes that have cost money. So to help build up the cushion that we lost in 2008, 2009 in the markets back then, to help build up those cushions in hopes of being able to pay better cost of living adjustments into the future.
Rob?
Does that make sense? So I don't have off the top of my head what an average COLA is, but right now, in the near term, because the member contribution rate was just fully implemented at that 12% that the chief is talking about this year. That's the first year we've had, last year was the first year we had a full year of those 12% contributions. The employer contribution just started going up as well, so.
Okay.
Let me see if I can jump in. I've sort of been accumulating a couple of things that if you can, let me kind of step through them. We've been spending a lot of time kind of trying to make a decision or discussion about whether or not we think this might be something that the individual officers or the members would want to do. I guess the question that I have is whether it's the current or moving to the FFPA. The idea is that people can make that decision based on what they, I think that risk reward that you talk about is that I don't see the percentage increase going up if you choose to stay in the existing 401. That's part of the risk and reward. It's going to stay at 8%. And if you think you can beat it to make it more valuable than going to the FFPA that's going to be funded at a higher rate, then you stay there. But that's an informed decision that hopefully the individual members can make when they make the decision. So I think that's, where I was going on that. My question is in the context of, Chief, you mentioned that right now people have the option, but my understanding is we're talking, it's an option for the existing staff, but if you come on board and we are part of FFPA, you will be in FFPA, not the 401. So that is moving towards only having the defined benefit option for future hires versus the 401 option that exists, at least for the existing staff. Now, like I told you, I receive a defined benefit right now. So, had I had an option at the time, I don't know. But it was sure nice to have a retirement benefit. So when we're sitting here talking about the whole part of what is the retirement package, I think we need to be competitive in that sense. And the fact that we are offering a retirement package is great if it's, I think that's a huge benefit in a world where most people don't get anything. But I think we want to make sure we're competitive overall. I guess the final piece that I want to mention.
Before you go to that, though, I just wanted to caveat what you said. Part of the other risk, too, is that you go to the FFPA, there's no guarantee that this, depending upon what the circumstances, that the city might not change their 401A contribution rates.
Right. I mean,
they could bump it up to 15 in there. You're sitting in there. I mean, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that's also part of the risk.
Well, that's part of the overall compensation package that we've already talked about whether or not this should be made before we know sort of the other piece of the compensation package. I'm just trying to make it, I think Chief wanted to make me understand what the FFPA is so that I can make a decision about whether or not it's a good option, not best option, but a very good option for us to consider. I guess the other piece that I go with two questions is, one, I'm assuming FFPA is not running around like para right now, saying we're underfunded. And so, I'd hate to be in a position where we go to an FFPA to run into many of the problems. And so understanding all of the things, I was at the state when the decision on para was made, when Governor Owen said, let's have everybody buy a whole bunch of years of service. That way they'll get higher on the chain, they'll all retire faster, and the size of government will actually go down. It didn't work, and it bankrupted para, or at least there's a pretty strong argument that it was a big hit on para. So I don't want us to run to FFPA if the assumptions of everybody being able to buy in and all the other things that FFPA makes its assumptions on being well enough funded are not sound enough to justify us doing that?
Well, I think we have a pretty small force, but yeah, Randy, you have a,
Yeah, my concern, and to put it in the simplest terms, I think I understand the price, if you will. I understand what we and the officers and the police people would have to pay. Maybe I missed it, but I don't have any understanding of the comparative of what we're going to get, you know. So what happens? And one can make a bunch of trend line, averaging kinds of assumptions to come up with a comparison. Sure, there's uncertainty and variability, but I really need to kind of understand what am I getting for what I get that we're going from 16 to 22 and up to 25, but I don't know what benefit the officers will receive. And that's-
payment every month.
yes, I think the vast majority of the benefit is
The certainty.
certainty.
The certainty is there, but if you gave me a choice of certainty at the minimum of a variable range, I'd probably take the variable range because my average expectation
But that's
is
what I'm
higher.
saying, that's the
And I need to see
conversation.
that.
Yeah, that is the conversation, and I think what we're hearing is that perhaps most of the people on the police force wouldn't make that same choice, right? They're,
Based on early
for whatever their own
expressions.
personal reasons are, yeah. are
Right, and I think
more
that's an
interested in
important, Councilmember Wheel, I think you make a very good point. You know, based on what you know and your level of sophistication around economics, there may be, after their informational sessions, there may be a lot of people who lean your way. The beauty is they get to make that choice. Whereas historically, that wasn't the case. They were compelled by a vote to move into FPPA. They're no longer in that situation. They can choose to go through and maintain their 401 because that's what works for them based on their analysis. Having led this charge before, the other piece of this is that our current provider, the program provider, Mission Square, formerly ICMA, they too come in and provide information sessions to our membership. So essentially, they're going to hear individually for them before they make an informed decision from both of the options on the table. And there's really just two. One is that you stay in a 401 and you ride the market if that works best for you, and as you indicated, it would in your situation, or you don't and you go to the FPPA. That's really there's only two things on the table, and we have to trust that they're going to do their homework to make those decisions. What council would be deciding, should it advance to that point, is what is the program of the future. Those are the only ones we're forcing people to get into. There's
I want to jump in real quick. And
So
I'm
keep
sorry.
in mind, we have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I wanted, this is a great discussion. I don't have any problems with it. I think though, for the people that's sitting on this dais, one of the questions though that we have is, we have a compensation issue that makes us less competitive than we wish we were. My question is, if we are going to increase our compensation package cumulatively approximately $100,000, what percentage increase is that to our compensation package right now? And I think while that's good for the beneficiaries of that $100,000, I have to make a decision for the other residents of the city, and factoring in, as city manager mentioned, our ability to retain people, keep good people. It may be the best investment I could make for $100,000, because continuing to retrain people is actually more expensive than, whatever it is. So I just want to make sure, is that $100,000 a big increase that I have to explain to the average citizen? I'm looking at. Well, no, percentage-wise.
But before we run out of time, you wanted to do this effective first quarter 2024. When does that decision need to be made in order to do that first quarter 2024?
And I can let Beth weigh in. This, should we advance it tonight, and I'm not suggesting we do, it's 6-8 months before we can check all of the boxes to move to to fruition.
Right.
There's a,
Well, where I was going with that is because I'm coming back to this, which is to go, when are we expecting the compensation study to be done? I mean, that's not a next year thing, is it? No, I'm trying to go,
Karen's answering your
The pieces
question.
to fit together.
right.
yeah.
Councilmember, we will have the results by the end of August this year in order to
Okay,
begin.
and it'll be close, so we're going to have that information in the summer. Got to do a bunch of things 6 to 8 months, and so I'm coming back to this thing going, when you thought, yeah, we probably have to make that decision on the FFPA before we get into the broad compensation study, but I'm thinking maybe not.
It's going to be
It's going to be close, but I mean, we're just going to have to bust our tails to do it properly.
I think realistically, if we waited for all the relevant information from the compensation study to be here to sort of provide that full 360 analysis that you guys are talking about, it would likely delay the ability for us to sort of start this process, because I know that the paperwork process with FPPA is going to take 6 to 8 months, so it might not be January 1. It would maybe go sometime early first quarter.
Do parallel, I mean, in other words, that's what I'm saying, is obviously the drop dead date is when you have to either commit or spend a whole boatload of money. But if it's just doing work to check off
Sure.
boxes before you get there, then I say, do it. I mean, start down that path. I mean, it's whenever you gotta pull the trigger.
The big one, I think, from a staff perspective, the big driver on this really is going to be our budget process for 2024. And even if we don't start it because of paperwork reasons and going through contracts and procurement and all that, we will want to know for budgeting purposes early on. And I don't mean early as in June, but we certainly, the September is the date that we provide the draft budget to council. So we will want to have decisions before then. Is that fair? I'm looking at the team, everybody over there. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I would say definitely the compensation study, so we can look at the retirement benefits as a whole, and if council wants to make those a little bit more equitable to FPPA in some way, because I think the officers would need that information. If the contribution rate is going to be raised, they need to look at that between the FPPA. And you really, the defined benefit and defined contribution plans are different. You can't just add the contribution rates, obviously. There's a lot of variables there.
I would agree with that.
So-
I will tell you, a lot of other jurisdictions have done the compensation study recently. We're actually one of the last in the South Metro area to do one. They have taken interesting twists and turns, and they haven't necessarily always followed the schedule that they've laid out. So there have been some jurisdictions that thought they were going to be able to incorporate the findings of those compensation studies into the next year's budget. Instead, because of the twists and turns, they would often then be forced to put a placeholder, and they would say, okay, we're going to set aside an extra, whatever, I don't know, make a number up, to cover what we think the salary and, the equity adjustments might be. I'm trying my best to avoid that. I would rather not do a placeholder that's our best guess. I would rather us be far enough along with the compensation study and any other benefit changes that we're going to be making so that we can actually fold the more concrete numbers into next year's budget. That's my goal.
And can we ask the people doing the compensation study perhaps to accelerate the portion of it that looks at the sworn officers? Or is that
So
not?
I believe they will be doing their best. They'll be presenting to you the second meeting in June, so you will
Okay.
get to meet the consultant. But also, they're aware of our transition with city management and how important it is to make sure that project doesn't get derailed for all of the variables of things we have going on.
But we could talk to them about possibly within their analysis, potentially doing the police officers earlier in I don't know where it sits within their order. Maybe they're already early, I'm not sure, but we could certainly talk to them.
All right, it is 6:33, so thank you very much for coming. Thank you all for coming. I'm sorry you just sat there, but it's some really great information, a lot to think about, and thank you. I think the net takeaway is that, we probably need to do something
Chief,
as it relates to our retirement.
can we get those slides that you prepared, Chief? Chief, those slides you had, I didn't see in our package.
No, we're-
Yeah, can you
Can you
send those
forward
out?
those
Thank
to
you.
us? Thank you.
Okay, it is 6:33, and I will call the regular meeting to order. Would you please call the roll?
Counselor Eber?
Here.
Counselor Holen?
Here.
Counselor Wheel?
Happy to be here.
Counselor Sheldon? Is not here. Counselor Blum?
Here.
Counselor McGuire?
Here.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I move that we amend the order of the agenda to move item 5, review of police pursuit policy, to be after new business, and to move item 11A, interpretation and application of hardship regarding land use applications, to be after item 11B.
There's a
Second.
motion to amend the agenda. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with that, we will do that. So we will move on to item 4, which is Resolution 19, Series 2023, affirming a commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Councilor Blum.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't know how many people have been aware of the situations that have arisen over the last probably 2 or 3 weeks at Campus Middle School, West Middle School, and Cherry Creek High School, none of which reside within our city, but our residents attend those schools. And I attended a school board meeting last week where it was discussed and brought out, and the amount of activities this has happened over the past several weeks. I thought it was important that we as a city adopt a resolution or affirming a commitment to counter anti-Semitism. I have asked the city attorney, and basically similar to what has been done, I believe, in the city of Denver, we have a resolution to affirm our commitment against anti-Semitism, and I would move that this would be adopted by the entire council.
Second.
It's not very long. Would you like to read it into the record, or do you just want to
Well,
move it?
I was going to ask, and I also talked to Counselor here, I think this should be published in the Crier. I think that way it'll get out in the community, and the people that have been involved and have suffered through some of this will see that we are committed to it. I don't think we need to read it in the record, but I think it's something that can be adopted, and I guess we'll put it in the Crier in the next month.
Well, it has been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 19, Series 2023, affirming a commitment to countering anti-Semitism. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I've got it.
Councilor Eber, start down with you.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention real quickly that obviously fully supportive of the resolution. I did want to mention tonight that we are lucky to have Mr. Scott Levin, our regional director of the ADL, here tonight, taking an interest and obviously monitoring the situation. I know Mr. Levin has been very involved with the activity at Campus Middle School. I consider Mr. Levin both a friend and a mentor to me. It is very nice to have you here, but more importantly than having you here is what it is that represents this resolution and the importance of affirming that Cherry Hills Village is a no-hate place, not only for anti-Semitic, but all peoples who are unfortunately experiencing hate.
Councilor Eber, I was going to induce that, but I think that's good. I think hopefully Mr. Levin can address us. I think the talk he gave to the school board, I think, was very moving and very set the tone for where we have to go with this. So I appreciate that, and we look forward to having him speak to us.
Councilor Holen, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to thank Councilor Blum for bringing this resolution forth. I agree wholeheartedly with Cherry Hills Village commitment to countering anti-Semitism. I was personally shocked by the report of those incidents within the Cherry Creek School District. And so I'm in support of this resolution. But I do think the record should, meaning at least these minutes, should reflect the fact that Cherry Hills Village decries any forms of hate directed at any racial, ethnic, or religious groups, sexual orientation, disabilities, etc. That is what Cherry Hills Village stands for. And I just think that that's what our record ought to reflect. Having said that, again, I understand and completely agree with the need for this specific resolution, given the specific incidences that just just occurred.
Counselor Wheel, did you want to make any comments or?
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting an amendment to this, or you're just making the statement?
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting an amendment to this particular resolution. I mean, I could see, but I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying, I just want the
Making a
record to
statement,
reflect in the
yes.
minutes while we pass this resolution, which I think is very, very appropriate given the circumstances. And again, I want to thank Councilor Blum for bringing it forth.
Mr. Levin, we're delighted to have you here. Would you like to address the council? Certainly. Just please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
I'm Scott Levin. I live on Florence Way in Inglewood, Colorado, 80111. Thank you, Councilman Blum. Thank you to all of the council for bringing this forward. Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt aptly put it when she said that what begins with the Jews never ends with the Jews. And so I think to your point, Councilman, we really are talking about the fact that there's been a rise in hate. But at this point in time, what we're asking and what's so wonderful for you to acknowledge is that Jews count too among all the different targeted groups that are out there. As the resolution indicated, we've had a 36% increase in anti-Semitic incidents year over year from 2021 to 2022. But almost more painful than that, in the K through 12 schools, it was a 49% increase. So with this increase of hate that's going on, and in this instance, Jew hatred that's taking place, to really have a governmental body acknowledge its commitment to counter anti-Semitism, it really is important to us. We just came off last month from Holocaust Remembrance Week. And a Holocaust, one of the defining factors of that was it was government's involvement, the institutions of government that allowed that kind of murder and death to take place. So in America, and here in Cherry Hills Village, it's great to know that government is standing up on the side of a targeted group. So again, Councilman Blum, Mayor Brown, and to the rest of the council, I very much thank you and appreciate this resolution.
Thank you very much. So it has been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously, and thank you very much. Moving to audience participation, we have Ms. Divendal.
I'm going to not try to sound like Darth Vader this time. It's every time, I swear. Jen Diffendahl, 5701 East Stanford Drive. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I'm so excited that this has been a long time coming. And I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments because of my years of service here. I do believe that I have a unique experience of knowing our officers and knowing the mindset. I've spent over 600 hours with them in the trenches of the office and have gotten to talk to them. And I always ask them, what would you like to see different here? What would make you feel more appreciated and valued? And what can we do for your families? Because I think for us, they take care of our families. And I think we have a responsibility to do everything that we can to take care of their families. And so I wanted to give you kind of my perception of their mindset. A lot of the time, officers, because of chain of command, can't speak out, right? And so I do believe that I have earned their trust over the years. And this is the kind of mindset that I see. They're very risk averse. So they think very differently than us, which is kind of counterintuitive for police officers, that you would think that they love risk because of what they do. Because their job is so risky, they actually are very risk averse, I believe, in their personal lives. One thing I would say is that when I ask officers why they became a police officer, you always would think it's duty, calling. I would say half of them have said, and I quote, that they see this as recession-proof because some of them have lost jobs in other sectors, and that's why they became an officer, because it was less stress, which seems weird to think that, but also less risk. And that's something that's really important to most officers, is that financial security. If I put 20, 30 years in, I'm going to get a pension. And right now, that's not the case here in Cherry Hills Village. One thing that you guys have talked about with the FPPA is that what I love about the option is it gives the officers a little bit autonomy and control of their financial future. I think my perception would be when they hear all of the benefits or risk analysis or where they should go, I think some of our older officers will actually probably would choose the 401A because it would might make more sense for them. But I do believe that in their minds as a whole, they do believe that this pension is really important to them for their well-being of their family. That is the overall consensus I see. And I know that may not make sense to us as residents because of the risk profiles we take in our life and all that. But for officers, I do believe that is so important to them for their, and I would consider it to their overall happiness here as an employee, to the well-being of their family, of how they provide for their family. I think that's so important. And that's another topic that I want to talk about, is that when we talk about, this is, for the chief, I believe it's more about retainment and retention and recruitment. And when we do talk about recruitment, because I'll go to another topic in a second, I looked actually for myself of a job in law enforcement. I could never be an officer. I don't know if I have the courage to be an officer, but I did see the pay scales. And I want to kind of bring attention to that they are underpaid here in Cherry Hills Village. For instance, like when I looked at Indeed.com, a police officer 1 in city of Black Hawk, the pay range was $74,000 to $103,000 a year. Then I found for Cherry Hills Village that we posted there too. That's $68,000 for a police officer to $97,590. And when we know our pay scale, which we all do, you top out after 8 years at that $97,000. So when you're talking about recruitment, obviously you want to recruit people who will stay here for 20, 30 years. We're actually below what they should get paid. On top of that, when we see that slide, to me, that was a very painful slide of the contributions from Greenwood Village, which is our neighbor, which they're a great city. They really support their police department. To me, that's one of the places officers, if I was an officer, I would be lured in by them because of looking at their contributions of the 401A. Ours is at 16%. Theirs is at 28%. I think we have to really look at that. Even if you do FPPA, that 401A, that contribution from the city side needs to go up. And the reason why is because when you look at our budget, and we have a surplus every year, we had a surplus, I believe, of $1.7 million. We have the money to take care of our officers. But again, it brings up another subject to me, which is, as a resident who has benefited so much from officers coming to my home and securing it after burglaries, I want to talk about the well-being. They have helped me in my well-being more than I could ever thank them for. So I look at the well-being for them and their families and how we can take care of them and how it would drastically impact their lives. And these are the 3 things that I hear constantly from officers that would help. The FPPA, funding 10-hour shifts again, because the 12-hour shifts were sold to help minimum staffing levels. It was help more time off because they get an extra day off, 8 hours, I believe. I could be wrong. But also more time in the gym is how you sold it to residents during the election, and more time with your family. And that's not the reality of what's happened. And what I see that as is underfunding. It's not the chief's fault. To me, that's an underfunding of the city giving money to the police department, because I believe if you asked him candidly, would he rather have 12-hour shifts or 10-hour shifts? For the well-being of our officers, 10-hour shifts, because a lot of the officers, if it's a 12-hour shift, they're not getting home until it's 14 or 15 hours later, and they sleep and then they come back to work, and it's grueling. And I can tell you it's affecting their mental health in ways that I hope that we can correct that. But when we have a $1.7 million surplus, we have the money to do it. And then I would say proactively, the other thing that we should do as a city that I hope as a resident I really would recommend is that Family Act. So it's the Colorado Paid Family Leave, which last year you guys voted unanimously to opt out. But there was a contribution of 0.9, so 0.45 for the employee and 0.45 for the employer. And even Catherine from HR was here to read that people actually couldn't afford their 0.45%. But there is an option that the city pays for the whole 0.9%. And what that gives them is 90% of their pay for 12 weeks leave a year for their benefit and for family leave. But what we get right now is FMLA and then 60% of pay for short-term disability. This would drastically impact not just officers, but our whole city employee. And that's how I think to retain the best of the best, whether it's in the police officers or police department or in the city, I believe these little things can go a really long way to retain our wonderful employees. But those are the three things that I can think of that with such a big surplus as we always have, those are things that could go a long way to help fund our police department, help retain on the other side as well. And that's something that I hope you can consider. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Reports from members of city boards and commissions, seeing none. We'll move to the consent agenda. I would like to pull the minutes. I have a few changes to the minutes, but,
And I'd like to pull 8C.
okay, so 8A and 8C have been pulled. Anyone else? Counselor Wheel.
Move to approve the consent agenda. Forgot my button, sorry. Move to approve the consent agenda except for item 8A and 8C.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 8B. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. For changes to the minutes, and I have these marked for the city clerk, but I will just review them briefly for the benefit of the council. And I'd like to leave it a little bit to the clerk's discretion. The conversation around some of these issues like property tax, et cetera, got a little confusing. My intent here today is to correct what I believe I said, because that's what minutes should reflect. But I could be wrong that you actually wrote what I said, and what I said was not what I meant to say. So if you feel that any of these changes are in fact not appropriate, then I would be willing to back down from them. But let's see. So the first one is on page 6 of 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth paragraph. I would say Mayor Brown asked if frequent garage sales had ever been an issue. On page 8 of 13, this is where it gets a little tricky. The top sentence should read, assessed value for primary homes, residential assessment rate, and we start at the beginning of the sentence on the previous page. Senate Bill 23-303 proposed a reduction in the residential assessment rate and a $40,000 reduction in assessed value for primary homes. Every taxpayer would have to file an affirmative statement indicating their primary residence to qualify for the discount. Strike the rest of the line. This bill was predicated on passage of a ballot initiative. That's what I meant to say. They're not going to necessarily decrease the assessed value. They kind of are, but they're decreasing the residential assessment rate.
Hang on, I don't think that's right. I mean, they're not going to there's the real estate value, there's the assessment rate.
And then there's the assessed value.
And then there's the $40,000 deduction. They're not taking the $40,000, my understanding, away from your assessed value.
They are, I think they are.
You're kidding me.
Yes. No, I think
they are.
So in other words, let me just make sure we got this straight. You got a $1 million house, applying 7%, $70,000. You can take 40 and you're going to be taxed on 30. I don't think that's happening. I think they're taking it away from the
40
million.
comes off the million first.
Exactly, that's coming
Yes,
off
so
of
they're
the real
reducing-
estate value.
Okay, yes, so they're reduced, and a 40-day, yes, okay, so not assessed value. Okay, so let me back up. It should read, Senate Bill 23-303 proposed a reduction in the residential assessment rate and a $40,000 reduction in value for primary homes. Every taxpayer would have to file an affirmative statement indicating their primary residence to qualify for the discount. I did mention secondary homes, and we could say that secondary homes would not receive the $40,000 reduction. And then it would go on to say the bill was predicated on passage of a ballot initiative. Is that clear as mud, Laura? Then moving down to the fifth paragraph. Mayor Brown replied she was not sure the revenue would also be used to backfill loss of revenue for local governments. It's loss of revenue, that it's money that goes to local governments, not from local governments. So backfill loss of revenue for local governments, special districts, and school districts that rely on property tax. The legislature was acknowledging reducing the residential assessment rate and making the $40,000 property valuation reduction would take money away from local governments, et cetera. Then the final paragraph, I would just suggest that the beginning of this paragraph is talking about Senate Bill 23-303, and then it moves on to Senate Bill 23-213. I would just suggest maybe a new paragraph there to make it clear that we changed subjects. On page 9, the third paragraph from the bottom, Mayor Brown agreed but noted the wording of the bill because it's not clear what amendment we're talking about, so that the bill was unclear. The next page, page 10, fourth paragraph down, Mayor Brown quoted the latest amendment that was going to be proposed in the House committee tonight that addressed density in transit-oriented areas, so that we know what amendment we're talking about. And then City Manager Kramer stated he believed the intent of the language was to suggest local municipalities could use alternative measures or definitions, but later in the bill, the wording suggested the municipality had to implement that density, although they could choose other places to put that density. And that is it. Does anyone have, I know that's very complicated, any, and I'll just give you these markups, Laura, but any other changes? Councilor Wheel.
Move to approve the agenda with the amendments that Mayor Brown made.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I also wanted to note for the record that Councilor Sheldon has joined us. All in favor of approving the minutes as amended?
Aye.
I abstain.
Oh, any opposed? Okay, and then one abstention. Thank you. Okay, and then moving to consent agenda item C. Councilor
And
Horn.
before I move into the exciting thing of a revocable encroachment license, do we have a victory?
Well, thank you for asking, Earl. We have a lightning delay.
Oh, you gotta.
So
Was that big storm that came through?
So
there, huh?
that fine little high school on Union, Cherry Creek High School, they were almost tied up at half. It was 7-5, and then it was 8-5 right before the half. Down 8-5, went into the second half, down now 12-5 with 17 minutes to go in the game. But a lightning delay that they said at least, they have to wait at least 30 minutes till there's no further lightning. So I'm like, I'm gonna be later than I ever said I was gonna be if I stuck around for the next minute of the game. So off we go. So
All right.
anyway,
Wow.
thank you for asking.
Yes.
Indeed.
Maybe your absence will be a good luck charm.
The good thing about lacrosse is many, many goals could be scored in 1 minute's time.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Okay, so with regard to 8C, and by the way, this it looks good, everything, et cetera, but I made an inquiry with regard to a flock camera, and my understanding is that it's not automatic that that flock system ties into the city system. I know that it's going to. I know that the HOA will want it to, et cetera, but it seems to me that in the license, that the city's agreement to grant the license should include the language that says they will tie it into our system and give our police department the right to access of that information. And that language actually is not in there. It's implied because the language is in there that they're required to maintain and keep it operating until such time as it's terminated. And the only reason the city would have that in there is because we're getting it. But the actual language that says we have access is not in there.
It sounds like a reasonable point. Do you think is that something that can be addressed?
Yes, this is, I can work with the chief of police and the director of public works to put some language together. So if you want to approve this with the condition that we make that access to the system as part of the agreement, that would work.
Okay, Councilor Holen, I'll leave that to you if you want to make the motion.
Sure. And again, I don't mean to be a pain in the butt about these things, but, I tend to read contracts and, that's what I do. I move to approve Resolution 20 Series 2023, approving a revocable encroachment license agreement between Covington at Cherry Hills Village or at Cherry Hills Village Homeowners Association and the City of Cherry Hills Village for the installation, construction, and maintenance of certain improvements of city-owned property, and require the applicant to obtain a right-of-way permit for the installation of cameras. Or well, maybe that. No, hang on. Yeah, hang on, because the resolution is not requiring the applicant's not part of the. Yeah. So it's and maintenance of certain improvements of city-owned property, subject to the amendment an amendment shall be entered into, or that the agreement shall be revised to reflect. The homeowners association shall provide access to the city police department to monitor and require the applicant to obtain a right-of-way permit for the installation of the cameras.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm not going to repeat that entire motion.
I have a quick discussion point.
I'm sorry.
Quick discussion point.
Yes.
And that is,
Councilor.
I was amused when I read this from the standpoint that I guess the equipment is going to belong to the HOA versus some of the other places in the city where the city is placing it in our rights of way. And this necessitated this agreement and then the license. Where it goes is sort of my long-held pet peeve with something as innocuous size-wise being in our rights of way, which to me brings up a discussion that I want to have with everybody overall about what's going in our rights of way with people planting large trees, boulders, whatever it is. I have no problem with this, but I do think that it is an interesting inconsistency that we've got going on within our right-of-way enforcement policy.
Noted. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Councilor
I actually
Sheldon.
have something. We've got these now in a handful of neighborhoods, correct, Chief, that are owned by those HOAs, by those neighborhoods. Do we have these documents in place for all of them?
Own is a strong word. They pay a subscription. The equipment is owned by the company, so what they're paying for.
They lease them.
Well, they pay for a subscription to access them. All the equipment is owned and maintained by the company. So
Okay.
the cameras and the poles. There are the ones that have been installed over the last year that I've been here have received permits. There were 5 communities that had flock when I got here, and I'm certain that they probably had obtained permits as well.
Yes, they have the
but
same.
I just wasn't here for that.
Permits, is that the same as encroachable license agreements?
They're not
Yes.
all on city property. So we looked at putting them in our HOA, and they would have been on our HOA property. So this is for something that's on city property.
Yeah. So any that are in the right of way do have an encroachment.
That's all I was asking. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is this a voice vote? Yep, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Moving on to item 10A, Council Bill 3, Series 2023, amending Chapter 4, Article 4, concerning retail sales tax definitions and exemptions on second and final reading. Director Farman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We're just pulling up the PowerPoint right now. This is the second reading of Council Bill 3, 2023, regarding the city sales tax definitions and exemptions. And the primary goal of reviewing those sales tax exemptions, of course, is to join SUTS, which is the state's sales and use tax system, which would allow SUTS to process city sales tax returns. We just jumped to the implementation timeline here, and this has not been changed. We finished Phase 1 of the project back in April, and we are in the midst of Phase 2 right now. We've been working on that this month. And also for Phase 2, the City Council will be reviewing a resolution to join SUTS this evening. And the other component to Phase 2 will be reviewing the sales tax licensing requirements, and that will be reviewed in June. We do have a Phase 3 to this project, and that is regarding enforcement and compliance of sales tax remittance. That may be deferred until next year. We do need to build some history on the sales tax return remittance, and since we just started Economic Nexus in May, there's no sense of urgency there, so that may be deferred. We just don't know exactly, so I just want to let Council know that Phase 3 may be deferred. We will move on to the exemptions. We do have 6 additional retail sales tax exemptions proposed and 1 modification to a current exemption. Council reviewed these 4 common municipal sales tax exemptions at a study session and also at the first reading on May 2nd. These exemptions are the state's retail delivery fee, the state carry-out bag fee, food for home consumption, and newspaper and pre-printed newspaper supplements. These additional exemptions were also supported by Council. Prescription drugs is a current exemption, and the code update would clarify the exemption and also adds definitions for prescriptions, medical devices, and supplies for both humans and animals. For garage sales, per the direction from the first reading, all garage sales, regardless of dollar of gross sales, would be exempt from collecting the city's sales tax. And then the occasional sales of food and beverages by city residents would be exempt from sales tax collection. And there's a definition on what qualifies as food and beverages. So all of these exemptions include definitions in Section 4410 of Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code. And we do have a couple of other code changes that were also reviewed by Council and approved on first reading, and these would clarify Sections 4410 and 44210F of Article 4. The next steps, Council's next agenda item, as a matter of fact, is to join the Department of Revenue's SUTS. And also tonight is the second reading. It is independent of the SUTS resolution outcome, yet SUTS will need the city's sales tax exemptions to process sales tax returns. And with that, we do have a recommended motion if Council would like to entertain approving this Council bill. I can take any questions about the bill.
Are there any questions? Hearing none?
I move to approve Council Bill 3, Series 2023, a bill for an ordinance of the City of Cherry Hills Village amending Chapter 4, Article 4 concerning retail sales tax definitions and exemptions on second and final reading.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there's a motion to approve Council Bill 3, Series 2023, a bill for an ordinance of the City of Cherry Hills Village amending Chapter 4, Article 4 concerning retail sales tax definitions and exemptions on second and final reading. That's a voice vote, right?
Roll call.
No, a roll call. Same thing, different, but same. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Aye.
Counselor Holm?
Aye.
Counselor Wheel?
Aye.
Counselor Sheldon?
Aye.
Counselor Blum?
Aye.
Counselor McGuire?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Moving on to Resolution 21, Series 2023, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Revenue to participate in the sales and use tax system. Director Farman.
Thank you, Mayor. Council just adopted a council bill updating the sales tax definitions and exemptions, and that would be to aid sets in administering city's sales tax returns on the city's behalf. So this resolution for consideration approves an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Revenue to join the sets. Here is the timeline once again, and we are now reviewing the second item related to phase 2 of this timeline. What is SETS? The SETS was created by the state in 2019 and went live in 2020, simplifying sales tax remittance for businesses, primarily remote sellers. Colorado's unique and complex taxing landscape creates challenges for businesses to navigate 223 taxing jurisdictions. So if the city joins SETS, businesses would have a central point to remit sales taxes on the city's behalf, along with other SETS municipal participants. SETS would process those payments and tax returns, remitting these payments and data to the city throughout each month. And one important aspect of SETS is that the city still retains its right and ability to audit returns for compliance. There will be some bank transaction fees of $1 per banking day or $260 per year for ACH credits and debits that the city would be obligated to pay. And as of now, those fees are unbudgeted in 2023. Again, here are the sales tax ballot implementation project next steps. We are completing phase 2, hopefully this evening. And here's the recommended motion to approve this resolution. I can answer any questions if council has any.
Are there any questions? Yes,
Yeah.
Councilor Holland.
I do have a question. One of the things in the agreement, it talks about, they will transfer money into each jurisdiction's bank account. Will we be setting up a separate bank account for SUTs for that entity to transfer into?
Actually, I did think about that a little bit today, Earl, but as of right now, we will not separate the bank accounts. We will just have that remitted into the general checking account for the city. If it gets to be too cluttered with those deposits and it's more challenging to track, then we may have a separate dedicated bank account. Just
Okay,
for
well,
those.
obviously that's your, but it seems from my perspective that having that entity access to and transferring money in on a regular basis, you'd want to have a separate account, but that's just me. I mean, I just wanted to, that seemed logical to me, but.
Yeah, we will definitely see how it goes, and I'm sure we're going to be very popular, so in the end, we might have to create another bank account. It's a good idea.
Other comments?
This is another one of those pedantic things, but it seems to me like it should be sales and use tax system. Is that what SUTS, the acronym is? Because there are a couple places where I see like SUTS system, and that's sort of like sales and use tax.
Department of Redundancy Department?
Yeah.
Yeah,
System.
I think you see simplification in some reports as well, yes.
Yep, we were not the drafters. This is the standard agreement that's adopted.
The
or
resolution.
provided. Oh, well, that is adopted to mirror
All right.
the agreement.
It's the system.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, it's
I'm
not
with
like
you.
it changes it substantially, but I was just looking at the second to last line and kind of scratching my head a little.
I think for the city attorney, it's not scratching the head, it's fingernails on the chalkboard. So I know you've got a sympathetic voice over here.
Yeah, well, okay. All right.
All right, any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve Resolution 21, Series 23, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Revenue to participate in the sales and use tax system.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
This one is just a voice vote.
Oh, this is just a, oh, come on. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. All right, because we did approve the changes to the order of the agenda, we are now going to move to 11B, Council Bill 4, Series 2023, amending the budget for fiscal year 2023 and approving supplemental appropriations for a street paving project and a cellular communications study on first reading. Director Goldie.
Having a little trouble with switching over computers here, but I will just unplug it so you don't have to read my email. I didn't have but a single slide for this. This is a housekeeping matter. This is so we don't get the auditor in a bind at the end of the year to make sure that all of our expenditures are accounted for and budgeted. So we have two projects here that are in this supplemental appropriation. The first one is the paving of Birch Street. That is a pass-through for the city. So again, it's just a housekeeping matter. We have the money in the bank and that project will begin next week. So we will get that one moving along real quickly. And the other one is for the cellular coverage study. We did not know at the time how much that study would come back at, so there was nothing budgeted. We are budgeting that through our ARPA funds. That project is eligible for that. And so the study's $169,700, and that will leave $1.3 million in the ARPA account. I can answer any questions.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a
Councilor Moore.
question, and I can't remember, but it struck me as odd to have two unrelated items as part of one ordinance or bill, resolution, whatever the hell this thing is. That struck me as strange, and I don't ever, maybe it's happened before. I don't remember it in my previous times, but the one thing I would never want to do is get like our federal government where they're cramming all kinds of unrelated things into a separate type of a bill, ordinance, whatever.
We generally adhere and follow the single subject rule. This is, as I viewed it, a single change in the budgetary thing.
Right.
But yes, generally, I try to keep separate items separate, but this was attacking the same document and.
Okay, so just kind of a one-off.
Typically, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Good.
Well, and I think we'll see it a few more times because we do have some more appropriations. And we have lumped them like this in the past, but we can do each one separately.
Can separate them out. Each one is an ordinance. Appropriations must be by ordinances, budget amendments by ordinance.
Just to make sure that I'm clear, I mean, yeah, I know, for instance, if this was, Birch Street and, Snow, I mean, all sort of, but the cellular study in my mind is really kind of it's a separate thing, even though it is a public works thing. I mean, that's just kind of different at the end of the day, as opposed to.
These are both budgetary, like this is moving the money.
I mean, imagine when
If
we
this were-
approve the budget, we don't approve each line item separately, right? So this is making changes to the budget.
By contrast, we wouldn't do the sales tax exemptions and a budget supplemental appropriation and budget amendment in the same ordinance. Those are two separate subjects.
Yeah, I see that point.
And it's not to say that you couldn't say we're going to approve one and not approve the other. You would just, we're going to approve one supplemental appropriation. You don't necessarily have to approve them all, but.
Okay, well, you've heard my preference. The rest of the council feels otherwise, and that's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve Council Bill 4, Series 2023, amending the budget for fiscal 2023 and approving the supplemental appropriations for a street paving project and a cellular communications study on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This one, the clerk needs to take the vote.
Yeah.
Got it this time.
Get a 50-50 chance.
I like those odds.
Counselor Eber?
Aye.
Counselor Holland?
Aye.
Counselor Wheel?
Yes.
Counselor Sheldon?
Aye.
Counselor Blum?
Aye.
Counselor McGuire?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We will now go to item 11A, interpretation and application of hardships regarding land use applications. Director Workman.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff does have a brief presentation prepared for you this evening. And we did put together the associated materials in your packet. These are intended to help guide council discussion on the interpretation and application of the term hardship or exceptional hardship, as that term's used within the zoning ordinance. And this is a request of council to have this conversation. Some basic information for council. There are two land use application types that require the establishment of a hardship or exceptional hardship. The first of those application types is a variance. Variances are not heard or acted on by council. They are heard and acted on by the city's Board of Adjustment and Appeals through a quasi-judicial process. Variances, if granted, run in perpetuity with the land and are not just simply granted to the property owner. There are several approval criteria for a variance. The totality of those are provided in your packet this evening. However, the one that is relevant for the conversation related to hardships is criteria number 1, specifically that the applicant would suffer an exceptional and unnecessary hardship as a result of the application of this chapter. Hardship is not generally applicable to other lands or structures in the same zone district because of some unique circumstances. And in this section of code, there are some examples of what may constitute an unnecessary or exceptional hardship. A, that the unusual configuration of the subject property or boundaries. There's unique or highly unusual circumstances related to the location of existing buildings or structures thereon. The existence of exceptional topographic conditions thereon or comparable circumstances that are specific to the subject property. The second section of code where a hardship or exceptional hardship must be established is related to the floodplain variance applications. Floodplain variance applications are heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission, where they make a recommendation to approve with conditions, or deny the request to City Council. City Council has the ultimate authority with these applications to approve with conditions, or deny those applications. Like the variance criteria, there are other approval criteria associated with the floodplain variance, but for the purposes of the discussion, just the one that includes the hardship is included on this slide. And that specifically is that a determination that failure to grant the variance would result in an exceptional hardship to the applicant. Again, this section of the zoning ordinance doesn't give any other context as to what criteria or what conditions may help constitute that unnecessary or exceptional hardship. As part of your packet this evening, and I'm not going to go through any of these, there was included a whole list of definitions for the term hardship or undue hardship, or in the case of the FEMA publication, some things that FEMA uses or suggests that local jurisdictions use to determine whether or not there is a hardship. Again, I'm not going to go through each of those, but, and this was included in the staff report as well, there are a couple of themes that are consistent within those that I would like to touch on briefly. There's a couple themes there, one being linked to the definition of hardship or exceptional hardship to give some subjectivity to that definition or to that criteria. That's likely done to intentionally give the decision maker some ability to interpret the totality of the application, specific conditions of the property and the impacts to the surrounding properties and the larger community. And that the second theme is that hardships cannot be self-imposed or be a result of some action by the property owner. So that is the brief presentation staff has put together. Certainly we can be available for any questions you all may have. But we would love to get council's thoughts on hardship as we use it within the zoning ordinance.
So I just want to be clear what we're attempting to do here tonight. Is the idea that we might adopt our own definition of hardship that could be incorporated? And
That may be one outcome, but that would be at the direction of council. If council at the end of the discussion this evening feels like that's unnecessary or unwarranted, we don't have to do that. That's really at the discretion of council.
Council requested that we have a discussion about hardships, so we're just putting it on the table.
yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a great discussion. I just wasn't sure if we had a desired outcome or not. So I know that everyone will have a lot to say about this issue. So we'll just make sure that, I'll recognize people so that we keep the conversation to one conversation. And Councilor McGuire, it looked like you were chomping at the bit.
I wasn't, I was shaking my head saying I don't think we should adopt a definition.
Oh, okay.
Just to start with that. I think this is really interesting, and you must have felt like you were back in college doing a term paper, but it's really interesting. And one restriction that I suspect not everybody on the council or definition rather, that everyone on the council might not like, but that I like going back to the issue of the pond on the golf course over at Glenmore. Let's see, and this is on the second page, and it's in the American Planning Association definitions, Jefferson, Missouri, a hardship that is unnecessary in the sense that the preservation of the spirit, intent of the chapter does not depend on the denial of the variance. And I think I take that to mean that you can grant it if it's not going to go against what the particular statute is trying to uphold. I like that kind of flexibility. I don't think we necessarily have to be overly difficult in trying to help our constituents accomplish things, as long as it's not something that goes against the intent of the whatever statute or chapter we're looking at. So that was my only comment. You are so
Councilor
smart.
Sheldon concurs that he prefers that type of definition. Yeah, Councilor Blum.
This goes back to the dark ages when Earl ran the Board of Adjustments. And
Dinosaurs were asking for variances.
I can't remember how many decades ago it was, but we had a situation in Glenmore related to a patio. And I came along with one other planning member and the President's Association and the neighbors for this person. And we listened to it. And the presentation for the variance was they met everything except for number one. And number one, the definition was so arduous that it was not granted. And I walked out of the meeting with the other Planning Commission member, and there was a gentleman that walked out of the same meeting. Again, Earl, this goes back decades ago. Said he had served on the Board of Adjustments prior to that, and said, I don't know why we have a Board of Adjustments if they can take something like this. And they met 8 of the criteria. The only thing they didn't meet was the definition of hardship. So going back with that history in mind, I don't have a problem with the one that Councilor Sheldon and have talked about. I like, if you look at the American Planning Association, the first definition, which would even Earl, my close friend, would have allowed it, had the definition of hardship been the first one under there, restriction on property so unreasonable that it results in an arbitrary and capricious interference with basic property rights. It was a situation where the next door neighbor, the HOA, and members of the Planning Commission come in and made the presentation. It was denied under our current definition. I think a definition such as, whether you talk about the second one or the first one, I think allows some flexibility on the Board of Adjustment to really have a Board of Adjustment, that there may be situations where it's not locked in with the definition we currently have that would require, or you probably made the right decision denying that under that situation. But had we had a definition such as these, he probably would not have gone up, torn up the patio, and went through a whole inconvenience or an economic cost to him because of that. So I would go along with my fellow members here and talk about either the Jefferson, Missouri, or the Clarksdale, first sentence of the Clarksdale, Arizona definition, and replacing our current definitions, which are so arduous that I don't think there should be a Board of Adjustments because you cannot allow it. And that would be my 2 cents.
All right. Yeah, Counselor Sheldon.
Big picture, I would prefer that we do not get any more lenient than we are now, but I don't know that we need to necessarily get any more strenuous either. If we were to make any move off of where we are right now, I would prefer us to maybe move a little smidgen of additional strenuous or strict read of a hardship, but I don't want to roll it back at all, I guess is where I am on this. I do have a couple other kind of comments that aren't necessarily about the definition, but about this topic. The way I understand it right now, whether it's for a floodplain or certainly I think this is right if it's a zoning variance, it runs with the land. It said that specifically underlined and whatnot in here. Or in
That's
quotes.
correct, sir.
Is that reasonable? Because just hear me out for a second. Guy goes and builds the house a foot taller than it was supposed to be. Our inspector didn't catch it till it happened. We end up getting a request for a variance. It goes to the BOA. The BOA grants it. It's happened before. And 20 years from now, that house gets torn down. And that house now has a 36-foot tall restriction on building as opposed to 35, which is what its neighbors have. Should he still have that ability to go 36 feet at that point, or a 3-foot encroachment into the setback if that was what was granted? I think if they demo the house, the primary structure, I think you wipe out whatever variance was given, whether it's on the zoning or on a floodplain, i.e. a fence variance as well. That's one thing that I'd like to consider maybe acting on tonight if anyone was willing to make any movement on this stuff tonight. The other thing is,
Let me jump in on that one real quick.
Yeah.
And I guess my question to you is the variance application is based on a certain fact pattern that a decision is made upon. I built a building that's a foot higher. It would be great hardship for me to undo it. Well, there is no building at that point. The basis upon which, the factual pattern upon which a variance was made is no longer applicable. And I'll turn this over to council, but to me, it seems it seems like the variance and the basis upon which that variance was granted is not a relevant fact pattern anymore.
You're saying it automatically goes away?
I think the basis upon which the variance is automatically withdrawn by the act of demolishing the house.
it's not what it says in our code. I agree with you, and I think we should enact that, but that's not what it says.
You didn't get approval to build a 36-foot house.
You came in asking permission.
You came in asking permission to not have to tear it
After,
down.
yeah.
Which was in part because of a mistake on the city's, or in the city in not noticing it, right? Or
I don't know, that's.
It's not on the city.
That's, yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I think we're all kind of shaking our head. It sounds like that maybe a building, a variance on a zoning issue and maybe on the floodplain, if the house gets demolished, should get wiped out and start clean if the primary structure goes away. Paul, did you want to jump in?
The only thing I would add is, in the scenario you've described, that hardship would have been self-imposed, right?
Yeah.
And therefore,
We
you
shouldn't
would
have granted the
likely
variance
have
at
gotten a recommendation for denial from staff. The board may see that differently. It's my understanding a few years ago, there was a circumstance where that happened and the board denied it and said, fix it. So can I predict what a board is going to do? No. But I think in the scenario you've described, I would feel pretty confident in this community that it's not a tool for forgiveness, right? It's a tool for a legitimate, unique set of circumstances based on a specific property.
Okay.
And
the other part of it that I would add is generally because a variance is based on such a unique set of circumstances, i.e. the lot configuration, the lot topography, there's some giant boulder, whatever it is, that the variance, again, not the floodplain variance, but the variance should be viewed through the lens of it doesn't matter who or what is being proposed there. There is a condition on that property that is so unique to that property that it doesn't matter who owns it or what they want to construct, they are unable to meet those bulk standards.
And I would just
Yeah.
piggyback on that one, that I believe I was in attendance and providing advice on that particular one, in which the variance was granted, right, to exceed the height after the building was built. There was additional legal analysis and advice. Case law went into that, and the board was duly advised and then made their decision accordingly. It is highly fact-specific when it comes down to it. And we always, well, we haven't had a lot of these things of late, but when they do come up, we are asked to review the application from early on and to assess the legal risks and the options within the extent of the code. And, you know, we routinely advise that the criteria be strictly adhered to as the code is read. In that particular case, there were some very unique.
But then are we saying, I mean, because everything you said makes sense, but I mean, to Dan's point, are we saying you tear down the structure upon which you were granted the variance, the variance goes away? We know that for a fact, or do we need to make a change to have that if that's what we want to do?
So
Earl, I think that the variance is for that particular condition. Condition goes away, variance goes away. I think it's clear.
And to Councilor Blum's point.
Okay, well, good, so you're answering my question.
It says it runs with the lane.
Because I'm not an expert, I'm just asking a question. If that's the case,
Let's let our attorney respond to that question.
I don't disagree with Councilor Blum's assessment and the general assessment of the dais. The other thing to keep in mind is that we try to advise on how the variance is granted, the motion, the conditions. I've had discussions in years past about screening. You need to have some screening with your neighbors. Well, what does that mean? 5 3-inch tree, you know, the caliper trees of 6 feet or more. I mean, you try to get very specific on conditions, and that is one thing that can be addressed in the context of each individual application. You know, grant the variance provided that this condition pertains only to this particular structure as constructed. That's a way to handle that.
Yeah, and that is common in some other communities and potentially here. We just don't do a lot of variances. Is if there is someone that exceeds the height requirement, you could put a condition on that application that would say this 36-foot height is applicable only to this structure and this owner. Should someone in the future desire to do something different, they are required to play by the rules of the zone district adopted at the time.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense, but I'm wondering, you know, I'll just speak for my neighborhood and say that a lot of what was done in my neighborhood in the early, mid-50s wouldn't pass muster today. And so would it be better to have a more explicit statement in our code so that if we don't remember to be that specific in each variance that it's addressed, or?
So in those circumstances, a different provision of the code would apply, because those would then be considered non-conforming structures, and rules are in place to govern those. That's separate than having a variance for a
Well,
property.
but I'm just saying, like, if we forget, you know, people forgot a lot of stuff back then.
Sure.
That's my point. If we forget to word the motion in the right way,
To add a condition.
to add the condition, and then we end up with, because I think, you know, Dan makes a really great point.
Well, I'd like to, your code does say a variance shall only authorize the specific improvement described in the application for variance, subject to such conditions.
Okay.
So
Well,
the first half of that.
If that's the case, then we need a little more clarity or background on, I'm looking at page 1, the discussion paragraph. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down where it says, this type of variance runs with the land in perpetuity. If that's your summary of what the code says, that's one thing. If that's what it says in our code, then we have contradicting problem, we have a
Does say-
contradictory here.
It does
Well,
say it
I-
runs with the land.
I
but-
think, though, that those can work in the sense that if you approve a solid fence, then then future owners, can tear down the fence and rebuild a solid fence, because that's the same structure.
Right.
What the code is saying is that the variance is approved for the specific of the application, let's just say a front setback requirement. That approved variance doesn't then grant you the ability to then not meet side and rear setback variances. But that front setback, the way the current.
And if you sell,
I think what, I remember the case because I was sitting on the BOAA at that time. House was built. During the construction, they made a running change to the foundation, which caused the roof line to be 1.5 feet above what it should have been, 31.5 feet rather than 30. And that ended up not being permitted. The guy just built it, and so he didn't go through the permitting process. And now the owner finds out while he's in the airport, he gets a call that's kind of like, the thing's already built, that we've got a problem here, and found out way after the fact. So I resonate with Dan's point, because if that house at 31.5 feet were to be torn down, it should revert back to the 30-foot height limit. And somehow through the mechanisms that we have, I think that's what the will of the council is. And if we need to make a change to the language, we probably ought to do that.
I think what that does, though, is to take council's comment that it applies to the specific information that is in the variance request itself. So when that person came in and said, I have this factual pattern,
Sure.
will you grant a variance? And it is to the house that was built on, that led to this variance. If it was a front setback, it was to building the fence that was either in place or built in response to the acceptance of the variance given on this date. It does not apply if they choose to knock down or the fence gets old by age. It does not apply to the replacement of that fence. And so the comment that it runs with the land forever does not mean you get to replace a fence with another fence just because there's a variance on the property. It means that the fence that was there in 1973 is subject to the variance, but the new one that comes in play is subject to the code.
Is that legal's interpretation? I don't know if you heard that.
I didn't hear the last part.
Okay.
But yes, the application combined with the approval is what runs with the land. And I actually have never heard this question come up like this before, honestly. I mean, I'm looking at my other planners who have dealt with this. So, I mean, this is a really interesting and fruitful discussion. But I think I would always be able to look back at the language in your code and say, only the specific improvement described in this application is what is the subject of the variance grant. And anything outside of that does not run with the land. Now, if there's a setback or some other things, I'll let Mr.
I'll just
Kramer
offer,
speak more.
I think running with the land, I don't want that to extend beyond what the intent of this provision means. There are, in a lot of other jurisdictions, different types of permits that city councils or board of adjustments may offer that are often centered around a use, like a use by permit or a conditional use permit. Those are often granted to the applicant and the applicant only. And if somebody new comes on, that permit doesn't automatically carry over to the new owner. With a variance, if you built a fence and or if you have a variance for a fence and you sell it to somebody else, that new owner suddenly isn't out of compliance because it
They
doesn't
keep
run
the
with the
fence.
applicant.
They don't have to tear the fence
They don't have to tear the fence down.
But when the fence falls down, what
But
happens?
when the fence has to be replaced, what happens?
Well, theoretically with the fence, I guess I would look at Paul. We would probably allow that. There's a variance for the fence to be in that condition.
That's just what I was saying, though.
I think that's right, because I know it's subdivision in the village that happened to. A fence was torn, a fence was granted a variance to become an 8-footer, The fence had to come down because it was in total disrepair. They built a new one, came into the city and got a permit for a new
I think that's
8-footer.
I know exactly the fence you're talking about, and yes, that's what gave us the authority to approve it, was the previously approved variance.
So
So
the
that's-
question, let me come back to the zoning variance then. Does the roof line, breach in roof line, that we give somebody, you said 30 to 31 and a half. I think it's 35 to
No,
36
it's
and a half.
different zoning. This was.
Okay,
in a different
all right, thank you.
part.
Okay, so a 30-foot tall zone district, and they got a variance for a 31 and a half foot structure. That house comes down, does the same logic apply? They now have the ability to rebuild at 31 and a half.
Without a condition to the contrary, that's correct.
But it should be a condition.
See,
not-
and I-
So, round and round we go.
There we go.
Okay, Al, yeah, what do you want?
So here's the question. Was that, Randy, was that variance granted?
Yeah. it
Okay,
was.
so how
I
did
mean,
they satisfy
the guy-
1A, the unusual configuration of the subject property boundary?
What happened was,
No, but how-
he would have had to have moved out of his house for like 9 months while they tore it all down.
Doesn't
and
matter.
then Built it back.
That
to
doesn't matter.
It
30.
doesn't matter.
Well,
They did
well-
not satisfy, and this is why I've got the problem with this whole thing of the way this definition works. They did not satisfy it, yet you granted the variance. In the real situation, did not satisfy A, so they did not grant the variance.
We all agree with you.
So there's,
Some of us do.
yeah, so it's got to change. I think
The other
that's
piece of
what's
that
gotta-
is it can't be self-induced, as we heard earlier. My comment to you is,
I'm gonna
while a variance may have been granted in those situations that we talked about, 9 months, that's what insurance is for, number one. And number two, it's a self-induced problem. Nobody but that builder or its owner or its representatives created the problem.
So I don't think our code addresses self-induced, right?
It does.
And that's.
It does,
Oh,
well,
it does.
it does, but back to this other, I mean, because one of the things I'm hearing here is there just seems to be consensus, although we'd have to make sure. We don't want, if the structure that was granted the variance gets torn down, the variance does not continue on. That's, we'd have to make sure we have, that's the consensus. If that is the consensus, if that's what council wants, I'd turn right around and go, so, staff, recommend changes to be made to the code to make that happen, rather than sit around and bat this around.
I would recommend, if that was the direction to staff is to go work on that and bring you back some analysis.
I believe that is the
I think
consensus of the code.
there is some extenuating circumstances.
It almost.
And I will offer to you that there were a couple different cases thrown out that have been mentioned here. I'm not sure which one is which. There's one case in particular where we granted a variance for a building that was constructed too high over 20 years ago. So I don't think nobody here is going to be impugned by that. There was city action. I don't want to get into the details.
Sure.
There was city action that caused that condition. We had a liability. It was in our best interest based on the facts of that case. I would offer to you a reality of hardships and variances, not even just the hardship criteria. A reality of variances in general is that an element of them is going to be determined based on the facts of that case, and the board who's using it is going to have to use their judgment to evaluate the conditions of that particular case. It's going to be a case.
But city manager,
So
you're talking,
instead of having, hold on.
Hang on.
So in that case, if they had gone then and torn down the house and went to rebuild it, would that liability still, would that
I have
still
no idea.
continue? Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I think what I'm hearing is it would be better if it didn't run with the land unless it's specified so. And then I guess you have to define what run with the land means. But to me, when you say run with the land, it's not that it runs with the land so long as the structure is not torn down. But I think that actually makes the most sense. So I understand why you're saying that. But when you say run with the land, it makes it sound like, just like an easement. It runs
Well,
with
it's
the
worse. It
land.
says run with the land in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
But-
that's like a double whammy.
But I think if it instead didn't run with the land, and because I think you're right, Paul, there are situations, like because of unusual configuration of the property, that what you're getting approved here, anybody who's going to own this property is going to need that change. Then specify in the
Yes.
structure. I mean, you can, or in the variance, and you can either specify with respect to the structure or specify with respect to the land. But
I think what Susan's saying is that it's the exception rather than the rule. Right now, we have the rule that it runs with the land in perpetuity, and we can make exceptions in each case that we want to. And I think what we're hearing tonight is that people want the general rule to be that it expires when the structure's torn down, unless there's a specific provision when the variance is granted that it runs with the land.
There we go.
So,
There's the reason you're mayor.
That's right.
Because I can reiterate what other people have already said.
And just to bring to council's attention, subsection G, effect and limitations of approval.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Effect and limitations of approval unless otherwise expressly provided by a written resolution of the board granting a variance. Every variance shall be limited in its effect as follows, and you go down to number 4. See if this addresses your concerns. Following the construction of the improvement authorized by the variance.
Where are you?
We're on page 2 of.
Sorry, I'm looking in your code. And
Section 16, 7, 520 variances.
On
Page 2, under G4, the bottom paragraph,
The very
on
last-
page 2 of the existing ordinance.
Yep. So the variance shall remain effective only during such period of time that the specific improvements described in the application for variance exists. Repairs and cosmetic alteration of the improvement shall be permitted subject to applicable requirements imposed by uniform building or safety codes, provided it doesn't increase or enlarge the improvement beyond the scope approved by the board. The destruction of the improvement by any cause or for any reason whatsoever, other than by act of God, shall cause the variance to expire and become void.
Well, then
Okay.
we
So
also need to look
and that
at-
is not in conflict with E. I mean, that's not in
That's
conflict with
exactly
E.
where I was headed.
Because E makes it sound like, and maybe what that means, maybe what E means then is, as we were saying, if you have a variance I buy your house, I don't have to tear it down.
Yeah, that's how I would interpret it, and a lot of these
Okay.
happen interpretations.
Well, wouldn't that
Council
mean-
wants more clarity, you could tie, with a but C,
Correct.
G4.
Yeah,
if
okay.
you wanted
But the
to.
fact that it's running with the land, I mean, it's part of the title. I mean, that, it would be, you do a title search, you're going to find that variance in there. Does that section 4, whatever it is, does that go along with it?
We don't record our variance, we don't record variances, do we?
Are variances recorded?
No.
Okay, if it's not, then how do you determine
No,
that it's running?
variances are not recorded against title.
Okay.
A landowner
maybe-
might, Rob,
so
you're right. I
maybe
mean,
4E
you and I, a
is just-
smart landowner might do that.
Maybe 4E is just very confusing, and perhaps staff should consider whether 4E needs to
And I-
be
Let me
removed.
let me see if I can jump in and say, I think council's comment about the cited part of our regulations.
Are you going on to another topic?
No, I'm saying exactly where we are, that the answer to the question that we've been discussing for a long period of time about whether this applies if a structure is struck or substantially changed.
Would you do me a
or
favor and
changed.
refer to her as city attorney?
Yes.
I'm just sitting here thinking you're talking about counsel here.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're talking
Sorry.
about council, not council.
Sorry if I misspoke. I meant city attorney's comment about 16.7.520 FG4
Yep.
answers an awful lot of what it is that we've
Yes.
been addressing and takes a whole lot of the fear out of my concern that we have been discussing that a alteration to a variance property continues to run to a condition after whatever G4 was invoked, a condition different than G4. I think that saves us, I guess is my point.
Well, I would offer, based on the comments that we've heard, I think there is council attention and concern on this topic. And I do think there might be ways that we could clarify the intent of everything that we're talking about here today, using the language that we have, but, making the cross references appropriately and things like that. So let us, I don't think you need to make a
I
motion.
think you've received direction.
Yeah, let us take a hack at this and bring something back to you.
And if I may, I'd like to just comment that, Paul, thank you for the memo. I think we want to deem this memo to be version 1, just so that anybody who pulls it up doesn't read the comment, the variance requires authority in perpetuity without any clarification, that I think we do want to clarify the memo so that it doesn't be used or cannot be used as any kind of
I
base
think it
against us.
supersedes, the next one will just supersede this.
Right, I think that's true. But one thing that, if I may, I want to just, the same thing we've been talking about a change condition. I do think the concept of running in perpetuity has been bothersome to me from the context of if information that supported the granting of the variance or decision was based on either fraudulently submitted or otherwise negligently submitted materials, I do believe, and I would ask council's opinion on this, it seems like our variance, even as to the existing landowner, could be voided.
Yeah, if it's
Asking
fraudulent.
city attorney or council?
I'm asking city, when I say council, I mean,
I
still
knew
UNSCL,
who
sorry.
referring to Counselor Sheldon. So, your question is, could you?
I'm thinking of a particular property that I will not name by address, but it is my belief that this particular property owner submitted materials misrepresenting the property line, and was granted a variance, a permit, whatever it is. If that information was submitted either with bad intent or negligently submitted without respect to determining the accuracy, it is my belief that that decision can be undone at any time upon a finding that the information was,
Well, you're talking
that
about.
we were misled.
But, okay, well, I don't see any authority, without looking, and this is the first time I've heard this question, I don't see any authority for that in your particular code. I will say it's a quasi-judicial proceeding, and that is a basic, that, as you know, is applying the criteria in your code to the facts as presented to you. There's a process for appeal of quasi-judicial decisions. It's time limited. It goes straight to district court on the record. So if that was an erroneous basis for the decision, there could be, overturning that. But I can look into that further.
Well, I guess my point is while we do have a time limitation on the appeal, we may miss it for 3 owners, whatever the period of time actually is. Next guy comes in, says, I want to replace my fence that's in the right-of-way, and we say, oh, you've got a fence permit for that. My belief is that I don't care if we're past the statute of limitations to appeal a quasi-judicial. If we are able to determine that the information was with malicious intent submitted that supported that, we can reevaluate.
In my
10 years,
experience,
15 years, 20 years later?
If you had a permit, if you tear a fence down, you have to get a new permit.
that is true on this particular fact situation as presented.
Yeah, I'm not
Also,
talking about tearing.
I have had experience in a variety of quasi-judicial matters. Determining intent,
Tough.
nigh on impossible. So that would be a challenge. I'll just put that out there. I haven't thought through how you would actually navigate that. I think it would be challenging to prove that, even if you put such a standard of proof into your code.
Counselor Blum?
We've gone way off where we started. So I would like to focus back on the definition of exceptional and unnecessary hardship, is where the conversation started. To me, and I raised a question that Randy brought up, where they approved this, you have to have all 4 to have the exceptional hardship. And it had nothing to do with the configuration of the subject property boundaries. Yet they allowed that. I think we need to, again, work on definition of hardship in order to give the direction, and I've got to serve on BOAA now, to make the decision. I mean, it's almost like we're making decisions based on what we want to make decisions on. Let's define what it is so that a definition, we've got a hard definition that we can follow. Now, I'm not saying make it easier, but I think the way this thing was
Make it more clear.
clear, yeah, the way it was worded originally, whenever this was enacted, left a lot of stuff to be subject to interpretation.
Well, I liked the definition that you liked. I also liked the first definition under the same APA publication lists the following definitions for undue hardship. The first one, I think that broke it down. That's what it sort of means to me, and that's how, if somebody
agree.
came to me asking for a hardship, that's how I would be thinking, although condition A is pretty,
That doesn't happen, we're not
pretty
commercial.
tough to me.
You can leave that out.
I do think, and this is getting to the crux of it, and and by the way, I mean, for some reason, I seem to be the poster boy for the, assert variances or deny variances at all costs. I'm a libertarian. I think people ought to be allowed to do what the hell they want to do as long as they're not impinging on other people's rights. Those rights include what the community that they've engaged with have decided as a collective body as to how they want to live, which is the code, okay?
Except for this.
Our code talks about exceptional hardship. And then in another place it talks about hardship. We need to decide exceptional hardship or hardship. Exceptional hardship is something greater than a hardship. And it talks about, and in the variances, that for typical variances to be granted, it talks about an extraordinary remedy. In the floodplain variance, it doesn't. It doesn't have the term extraordinary remedy. It actually should be reversed. The master code, the master plan, actually talks about protecting the floodplain in far greater detail than it talks about adhering to the building code. But we don't have the same words in there, and those words have meaning. When I sat on Board of Adjustment Appeals, I looked at the criteria, the new, the 10, the blah, 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 this and that. But always in my mind, extraordinary remedy, rarely granted, exceptional hardship. Those are the words that we, from a policy, 30,000-foot perspective, in my view, need to be thinking about, both in terms of regular variances and also in terms of floodplain, which again, the master plan addresses very specifically with regard to what we want to do with that. That's where our focus needs to start. And then you can go down, drill down and go, yeah, we need to get rid of this or we need that definition or whatever. That's what I think.
I agree 100% with you, Earl, but we need to get that definition. The way this was written, I think was written in ancient Greek. There's no way to apply this.
No, I agree. But do you think a variance should be an extraordinary remedy?
No problem. But let's define what is the exceptional hardship. The
Okay,
current definitions don't work. And Randy's approved that. You two both have proved that these definitions don't work. On one that was denied, on one that was granted, based on these definitions, it does not work.
Let me see if I can jump in, only from the standpoint of, whether we want to come up with a definition.
Thank you, Counselor.
You're welcome, Counselor. Whatever definition it is that we want to come up with, I would like to ask whether the city attorney can provide us with a little bit of, if there is case law with respect to this. I appreciate everything that was written here, but if there's case law, that's really what's going to bind us. And if there is case law, it might provide us that definition and that flow chart about how you go about defining this. If there's no case law, we're back to where we are of trying to come up with some on our own. But if there's case law, we're bound to use it anyway. Let's use it. I also want to just secondly notice that for variances, we've got exceptional and unnecessary hardship.
And undue.
And undue, right.
Well, my point is, in the very first line,
And extreme.
we've got exceptional, unnecessary hardship. We've got three elements that need to be met right there. With respect to floodplain variances, in 1B, in 167533B, it's result in an exceptional hardship. It's a lesser standard, like we talked about, We just need to make sure that we are meeting and recognizing that there is three, the plain language is telling us that we have 3 elements in variances, 2 elements in floodplain variances, and in Chapter 16 zoning, it does not define the term hardship, but it requires a hardship, so there's only 1 term. So we need to get a little bit of a handle on, A, recognizing the different standards, B, kind of getting a guidebook on what meets exceptional, what meets unnecessary, what meets hardship. And if case law tells us all that, we're done.
So if I can answer that briefly, case law is also based on all these fact-specific decisions. And case law enumerates, elaborates on various elements and things that include hardship, defining it in the positive. A hardship is, based on conditions peculiar to the property, and defining it in the negative. A hardship shall not be self-imposed. So your code as written, it may, in your judgment require some clarification. And I have no, that makes sense to me, but it does a pretty good job of illustrating all the various situations in which something is a hardship and something is not, as much as can be done in the sort of objective fashion until you get to the subjective application of things. I mean, this text in your code reflects what case law tells us as closely as possible. In fact, it goes a little bit further. It goes on to say, it gives those illustrative examples of what is exceptional and unnecessary hardship, like the unusual configuration of the properties. You have a corner lot with 2, setbacks that are competing or challenging. It goes further in saying that the need for the variance doesn't result from the intentional, reckless, or grossly negligent actions of the applicant. That's more stringent, I think, than what I see in case law. Or of a previously granted variance, et cetera. I mean, it talks about what's afforded adjacent properties. It talks about changing the character of the neighborhood and the minimum variance that will make it possible the reasonable use of the land. Those last few, not so much hardship. The first 4, definitely elaborating on what hardship is.
But then let me ask you a question based on what you just said, and this is kind of, I'm always step by step. Do you agree that the conditions in the code suggest that it's harder to get a variance, a building code variance, than it is to get a floodplain variance, based on the language in the code?
I believe that to be the case, but there are reasons for that.
No, I didn't ask that. I just wanted to know what your opinion was on that.
Just to,
and the point is that does everybody agree that the master plan says it should be the reverse?
that I can't answer.
Have you read the master plan?
Yes.
Okay, the master plan has specific language to say that we will protect floodplain property. It doesn't say how, but it's in there. And we don't have to do that. We can go back the other way. The question is you start there and you go, should it be one way or should it be the other? Should it be harder to get a variance than a floodplain variance, or should that be reversed? No, we like it the way that it is. Okay, good. Then we kind of move on from there. Or we go, yeah, that is kind of strange based on the master plan. Maybe we ought to think about that.
So let me jump in here and try to summarize a little bit of this and nail down a couple of consensus points if I could. The first thing is, as we talk about the definition of hardship, to the city attorney's recent point, but I believe what I heard her say is we actually do have a pretty specific definition. And what I've heard here is perhaps that the problem isn't necessarily so much with the definition in our code, but perhaps more the way in which it had been applied in previous circumstances that don't seem to make sense to us. And unfortunately, that so maybe there's not as much needs to be done to change the definition. I think that Earl has raised a very valid question. I am wondering if there is consensus that perhaps we need to reduce the number of terms that we use to refer to hardship, so that one extreme, one's undue. What are the differences? Maybe we need to standardize either just hardship or just extreme, whatever that is.
I would agree with that. The only question I've got, and it goes back to you look at the beginning, it says, no variance shall be authorized unless all of the following. And we're going to have situations where, let's say it's the house again. If you look at the unusual, if they don't have the unusual configuration of subject property, they're tearing the house down.
Well, but that's an or. If A through D are ors, so
No,
all refers to 1 through 9.
Correct.
And A through D is an or.
Where do you see the or? That's
After C, conditions thereon or comparable circumstances. Yeah, you don't have to meet all of A, B, C, and D, but you do have to meet all of 1 through 9.
And can I just say, in that particular house, there was a particular legal doctrine. I'm not going to go into further details here, but there was a particular legal doctrine that delved further into hardship. That the board was advised upon.
That applied to that property.
On that particular property.
So I think that what we discussed is captured here for the most part. I think I would like a little more feedback on Earl's question about floodplain versus regular, yes.
So, and, you know, I know that Director Workman has had some pre-apps on this topic lately as well. I'll just say that sometimes the facts of a floodplain variance necessitate for there to be a different level of hardship than a Board of Adjustment variance case. And I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical that happens to exist in the real world as an illustrative. It is not the definitive case that needs to define or set your approach. I'm just illustrating that sometimes floodplain variances create challenges for the city if we were going to be even more restrictive than possible. Let's say that there was a property that is completely inundated by the floodplain, completely. Building anything, theoretically, would require a variance. If we applied an exceptional plus hardship standard and didn't allow them to build anything to be consistent with the code that had that sort of excessive language, that's not the right word. You know what I mean. We'd be subject to a taking at that point, right? Our regulations cause the inability to use the property in any way, often with a Board of Adjustment variance case. What's at stake is not the ability to use the property. They are getting some utility, some benefit, they are getting some use. They just may not get the exact kind of use they are seeking. That is often different stakes than what's at play with a floodplain variance. I'm not suggesting that means, by definition, it should be a lower standard. I'm offering that to you as perspective to realize that sometimes the facts of those cases may mean that the standard for that individual case is different. And I know you've had a lot of these conversations lately.
I would argue that if you can't build anything, that's an excessive hardship under any definition. I mean, that's pretty excessive hardship.
What do you do with the pools then? Because we had a case.
Yeah, we did. We had the pool.
Right.
Let me ask another question that I'm curious about, and I don't know the answer to this. Why are variances under the purview of the Board of Adjustment Appeals and floodplain variances aren't? Are the council, and vice versa for that matter? Why are two different bodies? Because where I come from, and again, everything that I focus on, and it's because I think this is why serving up here often, it is good to serve on a committee, on a commission or whatever beforehand. When I'm up here, I'm always thinking about the people on our commissions and what we're asking them to do with the city. And it's in the direction in these codes. It's in the master plan. I mean, and maybe nobody else does. I look at this and I go, this is what they want me to do. And that's guiding me more than, man, if it was left to me, I'd do this. I'd give this up. Now, I know others because I had a big discussion with somebody on the Board of Adjustment Appeals, and then the next year later she resigned. I don't know if that meant I won or not. But she said, that's not what I do. I look at what my gut tells me and whether I think it's right or wrong. And I go, I think that's wrong. You need to look at the foundational documents of the community and apply those no matter what you think. And so therefore, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that these foundational documents that our commissions are utilizing are as are conveying the intention as best as possible. And that's not to take away, you never get to 100% on that. There's always going to be subjective judgment. But at the end, we're looking for people that go, yeah, I'm either paying attention to the fact that this is an exceptional remedy, or it's just a remedy, or it's a hardship, or it's an exceptional hardship. Those words should mean something to those people on that commission, and we need to decide what they mean to us and then say, you know what, take it out of there. Or no, hell, we want to strengthen it. I mean, that's what I think.
I think there's, first of all, when I was on the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, Earl was in my head every minute of every meeting. The whole business of starting from a position of just say no and follow the code, but you get into a meeting. There are 9 criteria. You get a document that says, well, they didn't meet one of them, and so therefore it was denied by planning and zoning. There's got to be a reason for the Board of Adjustment and Appeals to exist, if it does exist. And I think what that was about was you train all of the folks on that Board of Adjustment and Appeals, you give them an orientation, and then they're supposed to use wise judgment, not liberal, not, well, we'll just roll it as we go, and I think the group was pretty effective at doing that. There were plenty of things we turned down, and yeah, it gets a little gray every once in a while around just how bad is bad. But I think I don't know, I wouldn't feel, and we're sitting there also recognizing that we're the last stop before the city gets sued. So we got to be sure that we're on firm ground as we go through this stuff, and we get good counsel from the council, the city attorney, that is helpful. So I'm not so sure that the process is as broken, and you get variations in topography. There are other things that were cited. Every case is somewhat unique. It's going to be pretty hard for us to prescribe at such a detail level that they can do this mechanically,
We don't want this to be our own version of Senate Bill 213.
Yeah.
I'm in serious. I don't know how many times I've made that argument.
I've got a couple more comments on this, and I'll try to be brief.
You stirred that one up.
I struggle a little bit with the big picture about a homeowner buying a house and then coming in and asking for a variance on something. Wanting to build a pool. Well, they knew that their house had a floodplain line all the way up to this point, yet they're asking to get into the floodplain to build that pool or put that fence up. Or that's why I've asked, if you've heard me ask some of our applicants over the last few years, when did you buy the house in relation to finding out? And then I'll ask Director Goldie or Paul Workman when the floodplain last changed. If you recall, I asked that at the last hearing. I'm trying to determine the chronology of events there, because for somebody, the floodplain hasn't changed in 6 years, which hasn't been redelineated, and now a person buys the house 6 months ago, comes in and wants to build inside that floodplain. I take a little bit of exception to that. Now, granted, we have been, as a group, approving those.
We said no to the pool.
Yeah.
We said no to the pool.
We said no to the
said
pool.
yes to a fence because it was
Yes.
dog issue and life
Yes.
safety and some other stuff. So that's one issue I just want to put out there, that I struggle with that from a chronological standpoint. If somebody's buying something with an existing condition, it's kind of the buyer beware, do your homework. The other piece of it, though, I think we have not covered today, which we need to, if we all will agree that 4G is now the one that's going to cover us.
Or G4.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
G4 is going to now cover us on the zoning. We don't have that same language, I don't believe, in the floodplain. In the floodplain language, I don't think we have something that covers us in the event that we put in we approve a floodplain variance for a new fence or a new pool or whatever. Somebody goes and scrapes that house. I don't see where in here that it goes away with the new house. It's going to be there forever. I think it should go away with the demolition of the property, the primary structure. Same exact concept, we just need to incorporate somehow 4G under the zoning code into make a new 4G or the equivalent of
Well,
it.
that's a really good point, particularly because thinking perhaps of the pool outcome, what ultimately happened was they modified the floodplain.
And that's fine.
Right, and so, but you can imagine a scenario where then, they come in, they modify the floodplain, they move all the dirt around, they build their pool, and 30 years later, more landscaping has been done incrementally over the years, never big enough to require a massive permit, and now
No, but if they've
the
modified.
but now it's been modified even further, and you would need to do a new floodplain analysis, to make sure that any future modifications didn't then impact because if you do it incrementally, you don't have to go through, if I incrementally
to
did it,
our,
I could pave my entire backyard.
It's back to our expanded use permit.
Yes, right. And
Incremental
so,
discussion.
So I think you raise a very good point that perhaps they shouldn't, floodplain probably changes more than lot lines or, any other conditions.
So I would like to maybe see that get added to our next update to code, just whenever we do that housekeeping update, like we do every couple, 3, 6 months, whatever it is, let's maybe add that particular piece.
All right, does anybody have any, so what I've heard is that we've had some great discussions, but perhaps the definitions that we have are sufficient. We just need to be better about helping those who are asked to apply them consistently. I have heard that there was a question about whether floodplains need to be more strict than others, but I've heard that perhaps maybe we're okay with it the way that it is. Is it consensus? Okay. I have heard that, people don't agree with you, Earl, that's what I said.
I think the reason that maybe she's coming to that conclusion is that it's this body, these 7 of us right here, who will make that eventual decision to an applicant on a floodplain permit, whereas BOAA does not consist of us typically. And so we need to know that they're trained to do the right thing.
Oh, and if,
Yes. Well, I didn't, no, Dan is adding that explanation. I didn't necessarily make that explanation. I was just saying that I didn't hear people say, yes, we need to change and make the floodplain variance process more restrictive, make the bar higher than it already is. You had maybe thrown that out there. I did not hear.
Because we're the body,
Yes.
we're not relying on a third-party body, Earl, is what my.
Yes.
That's how I'm interpreting maybe the issue.
I agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with what you said, Dan. And then.
Will you pull your mic down?
Yeah, I agree with what you said, although typically people can hear me, no matter whether I have a mic or not. But I do think though, and I know that Susan had said, hey, we do protect the floodplain. And again, it's not a question of what we do or what we don't do. It's a question of in other words, we're saying, hey, we're actually going above and beyond what it says in our code, or the code should try to reflect exactly what we do need to do. That's what I'm saying.
And I guess what I'm saying is, the code already has, and granted, they're different than what's in the building code, right, for variance. But it does also say exceptional hardship, right?
Right,
And-
it does.
And then it's a question of, is that protecting the floodplain or not? I think it is, in a different way than what we're doing with building variances. But I don't think you necessarily have to add 17 more things so that there's more things
Yeah,
there.
Right.
Right?
And again, I appreciate that, but just with due respect, nobody said 17 more things. And the other thing too is nobody said any of this is broken. I don't think anything is broken here. I believe we're looking to try to fix things and imperfections. et cetera, at the end of the day. And again, maybe it does come back to what Dan and Al were talking about at the beginning, which is, hey, it's always right back to figuring out what that hardship says, and at Clarkdale, and the property is rendered unusable without the granting of a variance. I mean, that's pretty strong language right there. It's like going, you know, you don't need a swimming pool to make this property usable. It's usable. It's already usable. There's a house on it.
But there, to Chris's point, that there are houses,
sure.
there's some right around here that, 90% of the lot is in the floodplain, and
Right.
the building envelope is unusably small. And
Right.
there was one over that we did approve over there. It was the same thing. The entire lot basically was.
Sure, and so then when you have a
So
situation where you're saying, yeah, it's a lot of floodplain, but everybody has the right to have a garage, and you sit there and you go, blah, blah, blah. And then you sit back and somebody else comes in and says, we want to build a pickleball court. Looking down the council. Is that, and then what's the balance for that? at the
Well,
end?
that is, I think that's where the challenge comes in with that, the hardship, well, okay, is not having a garage a hardship, is not having a pickleball court a hardship, is not having obviously not having a house, I think everybody could agree is a hardship, but beyond that, it gets a little gray.
But I think if you buy a piece of property that your survey shows is in the floodplain,
Yes.
then there's no hardship.
And you paid a
Fine,
discounted
beware.
price for that as a result, I'm sure, so. So I'm feeling that we've got some consensus there. Was there consensus?
Mayor, could I just chime in on
Yeah.
a theme that I heard in that discussion? There was a question earlier asked by Councilor Holen about why the BOA does the zoning regulation variances and why council does the floodplain. And the answer is that your charter charges the BOA, creates the BOA and specifically charges it with implement or approving variances to the zoning regulations. And from what I'm understanding historically, the floodplain was created after the date on which that charter was, it probably were not even conceived of. I'm speculating at this point based on hurried, whispered conversations. But that absent any specific delegation to another board or commission, that responsibility for floodplain variance has been assigned to council.
Yeah, and I was going more to the
Yeah, how do
philosophical
we-
thing with regard to saying, hey, just philosophically, why are these different at the end of the day? And I've heard.
Well, that's based on
Changing
state
that would
statute.
require a charter amendment?
Yeah, and that's how state statute is set up.
Yeah, okay.
It's what you guys were a town before you were home rule, and it's kind of organically devolved this way.
Well, and again, and I'm not proposing it. I'm just saying, the charter says that BOAA shall do hear variances. We wouldn't have to amend the charter to basically to say, and you're also going to start hearing floodplain variances. I'm not suggesting we do, but I don't think you need to amend the charter. You
I don't
would
know,
be
city
going the other
attorney
way.
is
You would need
saying-
to do, if we to take it on, we'd have to amend the charter if we wanted to hear.
But the city attorney is saying that the charter says they hear variances to the code. To the zoning.
Zoning regulation.
Which is not
It is
floodplain.
Exactly, right, that's
Right,
what
we
it
can,
is.
I don't think this is actually an issue, but I just heard a question.
Yeah,
before
so
you
I guess,
moved on.
well, and then, so there's a question, do people want to consider, okay. So another thing that I heard was that, do we have too many versions of hardship, extreme, undue, whatever, should that be consolidated to be more consistent?
That would
Just
not
either
bother,
nod
it
or
would
shake.
not bother me if we were to make it a little more consistent. I see a lot of different descriptors in here to the word hardship.
Right.
Well, I agree that there are different descriptors. I guess my question that before we go and unify them, I want to make sure that when we originally drafted the code to give us those differences, there was not an intention to do that. And if there was no intention, then streamline.
Okay, is that possible to?
This is not that old.
Okay.
In relative terms, as I recall, this code provision. I can't pull up right now former versions of the code, but I believe we can research the.
Well, if you could look into that and report back, but it sounds like the consensus is
But let me just say.
we'd like to explore that.
Let
Yes?
me just say that, because this is important too, and again, this might have just been me, maybe I was doing it wrong for all those years. like for instance, variances, you got the nine criteria. I never looked at, that's not a definition of hardship. Those are the criteria that must be met in order for the board to grant a variance, and they all need to be found in the affirmative. Hardship, in my mind, is what was in my mind as I went back and evaluated those criteria, and oftentimes BOA would overrule staff and say, you know, it's being too liberal there at the end of the day. Why? Because I don't think that rises in that particular criteria to a hardship. It never doesn't say these 9 criteria must be are defining a hardship. It doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't say that, but that is the source. I mean, taking it back up to the 30,000-foot view, zoning regulations are a big blanket,
Right.
but they don't fit on uneven land. There's a need for a safety valve. That's what variances are.
That's what, yes.
They're-
That's why local governments need to maintain
Local
control of
control.
land use.
Yes.
That's
I agree.
why there needs to be a BOAA to consider the,
There are
Special-
unique circumstances
yes.
that only the local folks really know and understand how to apply and the impact it has on their community. Agreed. So that's what the purpose of the variance is in this case. And hardship is the driving principle behind the mechanism for variances. And therefore, there's some methods of applying that as spelled out, as I called out in the first 4 elements of the 9 criteria. That's why they're there. And then the other 5, about reasonable protections to other property, there's reflect the spirit of this chapter. We heard that mentioned in the Jefferson City definition, Missouri, early on. Justice, a lot of those kinds of pillars are put in code provisions to allow that discretionary authority to be exercised to let the blanket fit on that piece of property.
and
And I agree with you. I agree with you. I just want to make one thing. I'm saying, when you look at, for instance, I'll just pick one out of the blue. The granting of the variance will ensure that substantial justice is done. I'm telling you that the interpretation of that and the application of that, if in fact it's hardship or exceptional hardship, changes in my view. It might not anybody else's. It does in mine.
Well, that's why I'm saying, maybe we need, everybody knows what the word hardship means. I'm not sure that it's as clear what an exceptional hardship is as compared to just a hardship. I'm not sure that it's as clear what an undue hardship is compared to an exceptional hardship compared to a hardship.
Well,
And so
Madam Mayor, I just, with respect, I'd say, everybody knows what a hardship is. I sat on the Board of Adjustment Appeals where the presentation was made. We are suffering a hardship because we cannot build a nanny's quarters, and everybody on our block has a nanny's quarters.
Well,
Is that an exceptional hardship?
and I think the answer is no. I mean, I think that when people are charged with that, when you read a condition that is difficult to endure, suffering, deprivation, oppression, like that's the definition of the word hardship. So I think
All I'm
that,
saying is that definition, and that's great. I think this is really, really good. I'm actually telling you that even I went on Board of Adjustment Appeals. That's pretty harsh. And that's harsher than we've typically done in my 4 previous years on council, my 6 months or whatever the hell it's been here, and when I was on BOAA. I'm saying what you just said is a stricter standard than I've seen applied.
well, and that's why I'm saying I don't know that the problem, Earl, is with the definition as much as it is with the application, that what is a hardship to one person isn't necessarily a hardship to the other, but that's not, I don't know that we can change that. We can't prescribe what it means. We just have to get people on BOAA that we are confident can use their judgment, to determine how that applies. And frankly, if it's not, or if there is someone who we don't feel is able to do that, I think we need to, we're all volunteers here, and you hate to, but the bottom line is that it's a job to be done, and if a person's not able to fulfill that role, we need to say, thank you so much for being willing to serve, but perhaps there's a better place.
Katie, when Councilman Eber and I interviewed for the BOAA position, that question was posed to them. and said, look, Rob, I think, said, you have to be able to say no to your neighbors. So I think we have quality, at least the one that we talked to have quality people, and Randy can probably address the rest of them because he was there.
Well, a couple of thoughts crossing my mind. First of all, we do a great job somehow between planning and zoning and Paul Workman. I don't think the BOAA has met in, well, it's over 2 years and probably pushing close to 3, if not more. So it's not like this is a daily problem. That doesn't mean to trivialize it. It's an important issue and we have to be careful. But I think our control lies in just those things. We select the people and we train the people, through Paul and through Kathy in terms of what it is that they should know to be prepared to be effective on BOAA. And, that gives us a fair amount of control, albeit indirect, but I don't know that we're ever going to be able to reduce it to writing in a satisfactory manner, given all of the variation that exists in properties and circumstances. And the person can come in and say, it's a hardship. That doesn't mean the BOAA has to agree that it's a hardship,
Well, and I would add one more control to that, which is that remember that the BOAA is a board. It's not just one person.
Yeah.
So, I would venture to say that, Earl, when you were on the BOAA, you probably had a pretty strong influence on other people. And that's, as it should be, the people on that board should kind of wrestle with each other. Is this a hardship? Does this meet the criteria?
And for my part of it, we took it seriously.
I just followed in the leader, my first chair of the board, Alex Brown.
We took it seriously. We didn't want to make exceptions because that compromised the code. There were a lot of reasons to say no. And every once in a while, the scale would tip just a little bit. And yes was maybe, and overruling P&Z, was maybe the right decision in that circumstance. But it's judgment.
Madam Mayor, I think we do have a couple of specific homework projects that we've heard coming out of this.
Yes.
And what I'm going to say is I'm not attempting to influence or give you advice. I do want to provide you just a tiny bit of perspective, though. Councilor Holen, you made the statement that the standard that that the mayor talked about was in some ways harsher than what you think we've been operating under. I disagree. I will just tell you, there's general language about exceptional hardship everywhere, across the Front Range. There's general language like that. I'm proud of the record. The voting record of the Board of Adjustment here in Cherry Hills Village is closer to the intent and the purpose of that statement than any place I'm familiar with, by far, and it's not even close. I am telling you, it is the Wild West out there, and we are the shining example on the hill. And you only have to look at the facts to understand it. When you look at our record of voting in the Board of Adjustment, in the staff report, there was the last few years. If you take that timeline back another 10, the vast majority of no's should illustrate how seriously this community, not just the Board of Adjustment, but this community takes those standards. I'm telling you that we really are the exception to this whole conversation. And it's probably because City Council spends great time thinking about it and talking about it and trying to wrap its arms around it. In most places, this conversation does not occur. Is that fair?
Yeah, just so I can, because it's interesting, and I tend to just talk, and I'm always interested in how my words are interpreted. If I meant to imply that we aren't carrying out our function when I was talking about a relative term, then I stand corrected here at the end of the day. And then at the end of the day, if in fact that term, in my view, is not precisely what we were doing, but we're still doing a hell of a good job and nobody else is, that doesn't change the fact. The fact that we're doing something different than what everybody else does doesn't change my interpretation of what it was. I do think we do a good job at the end of the day. And all I've been saying, and I think this is what everybody else has been saying, is that somewhere here at the end, we do need to just have to, we're never going to have 17 things or change this or change that. It is in that direction of the type of remedy that we think a variance is, and hardship and undue, extreme, whatever, and clarify that and make it a little bit more clear at the end of the day. And that these criteria are what we're laying out that basically allows that to be implemented. And again, I'm proud of what we've done within Cherry Hills and always have been. So, but when I hear something and I think that that's not quite what we've been doing, I'm going to say that. That doesn't mean we've done a bad job.
I do want to just jump in real quick and say that, you know, we do have a number of different instances over a different period of time. Recently, however, we did look specifically at the application with respect to the golf course and their request for a variance. You may remember that I asked the specific question to the representative of whether or not, had they done maintenance over the course of history, they would be in this situation where they had the erosion that they complained about that rendered a hardship condition that was the basis upon which they made their application. The answer that I got back from the representative was, had we done annual maintenance, we wouldn't have this problem. I'm going, self-made hardship. And all of us that were here listened to that answer, and yet we all voted to approve that maintenance, that variance. You know, maybe it's the application, not the rules, but our willingness to have the gumption that sometimes we need to have to turn around and say, we don't know if you meet the standard here because of whatever it is. In this case, it would have been self-made. In other times, it might have been something else. But I'll close on that one. The only other thing that, Mayor, I don't know if my comment about the idea of fraudulent or other misinformation that is based, the fix on that may not be necessarily a code. I would like to suggest that staff consider whether or not a certification come in with each application, that it is based on a diligent representation of facts and understanding that there is no misrepresentation, knowing misrepresentation made. In my case, knowing where your property line, I can't imagine any property owner in this village doesn't know where their property line is.
Well, yeah.
I will say,
Yeah,
to Councilor Eber's point, we do currently have language on our land use application that the information that they're providing is the best to their knowledge, true and accurate, and that sort of stuff.
I mean, I don't, so I was just, yeah, I was gonna, I think that's a great idea, but I don't think that gets us anything that we don't already have. Okay. So I think we have given you some homework. Are there any other comments or concerns or? Okay. We will move on then to reports, right? That's where we are? Police chief presentation, that's right, the pursuit policy discussion.
All right. Sorry about that. Well, I'll say I did not want to be the one that had to follow variances and hardships, but we will see if we can get after this. At council's request, I am happy to present an overview, yet an informal overview of our department's vehicle operations and pursuit policy. As outlined in our policy, the purpose is to provide guidance and direction on vehicle operations in emergency situations, which is kind of like the lights and sirens, and pursuits in accordance with existing statutes and department standards. The primary concern in pursuit and emergency response situations is the safety of officers and the safety of the public. I think everyone can understand that. Excuse me. The definition of a pursuit, however, is often confused. Pursuit is an attempt by an officer to apprehend one or more occupants of another vehicle. The driver of the fleeing vehicle is aware of the attempt and is not stopping. The pursuit exists when it is reasonable to expect the driver of the pursued vehicle is aware that the officer may be trying to stop them and fails to acknowledge or respond to the attempt of stop. There are nationally 3 different types of policies. The first is an unrestricted policy, department policy that allows pursuits as defined for any criminal or traffic-related offense. This is how I started my career. If somebody ran from you, you chased them until the wheels fell off. There are a tremendous number of Supreme Court cases around pursuits and deliberate indifference, and that has sort of restricted policies all over the country. The next is restrictive policy, department policy that allows pursuits for certain criminal events, like violent felonies, where the benefit of the apprehension reasonably outweighs the risk presented. So we do this risk versus benefit analysis, and that can change through the course of that interaction. As the variables change, the risk may change, or the benefit of catching said suspect may change. And last is a prohibitive policy, department policy that prohibits pursuits under any circumstances. Cherry Hills Village Police Department has a restrictive policy. We do allow pursuits under certain circumstances, and we train around the opportunity that we might find ourselves in to either respond in emergency vehicle mode, so lights and sirens typically exceeding the speed limit, or if we're actively engaged in a pursuit, chasing a suspect who knows that we're trying to stop them and is actively fleeing. Oops. Sorry about that. Unauthorized pursuits. The pursuit of any vehicle is not authorized in or for the following situations. So we don't pursue for traffic violations. We don't pursue for misdemeanor crimes or misdemeanor warrants. We don't pursue for vehicles that elude for unknown reason or circumstances, which is what we see a lot of. We try to stop a vehicle for some moving infraction typically, and that person flees. And lastly, we don't pursue for any property-related crimes. It just doesn't meet that risk versus benefit analysis, and our policy prohibits chases for property crimes. It's got to be a violent felony, which is a person's crime, right? Even if it's a felony property crime like a burglary, it would not meet the criteria for a police pursuit. It has to be a crime against a person, a violent felony against a person. Some examples of that might be homicide or kidnapping, first or second degree assault with a weapon, sexual assault, aggravated robbery, kidnapping, legal discharge of a firearm, escape. But those things that have an imminent threat to the public, whereas the benefit of creating an inherent danger because of that pursuit outweighs the risk. It's so important that we catch that type of suspect who poses imminent threat to the public that we're willing to absorb or impute the risk associated to a police pursuit. Why do we have a restrictive policy? There are a lot of reasons, a lot of things that go into this. And I won't read this entire thing, but essentially of all the pursuits that are evaluated, you kind of can break the outcome into thirds. 1/3 of the pursuits that are engaged by law enforcement in this country end in an arrest. And that arrest typically occurs because of some sort of intervention technique, whether it be a pin, a blocking in, a boxing in, tire deflation devices, or what we call a pit maneuver, which is essentially a ramming. And about another third of the pursuits, the suspect gets away and the pursuit was terminated either at the officer's discretion or his or her supervisor. And lastly, the more concerning one is about 1/3 of those pursuits end in crash, whereas the driver, the suspect, is injured, the law enforcement officer is injured, or an innocent motorist might be injured. We'll just kind of touch on why we have a restrictive policy. Certainly, I'm in a room with a bunch of brilliant lawyers, and so I'm not going to talk too much about civil liability other than to suggest, and for what it's worth, I think you know that I co-chair the International Chiefs Association on Education and Training, and this was an area of study of mine for a long time. And what I can assure you, particularly in this day and age, is that the legalities of pursuit is perhaps the most strong driver of policy creation. In Colorado, Senate Bill 2217 removed qualified immunity for law enforcement in this state. By definition, stuck some of the guts back into other parts of that legislation. But many of these cases fall into a 1983 claim, civil rights violation, 42 code, under Fourth Amendment. And essentially what happens is, as you know, that if an officer is performing a state action, acting as an agent of government under the color of law, and because of that proximity, there's an alleged violation of a constitutionally protected right, in this case, usually a Fourth Amendment issue, if there's injury associated to this, it really opens up the municipality to a significant amount of liability. The danger occurs that after a pursuit is engaged, we lose control of most of the variables. We can't control how a driver behaves, a suspect fleeing, how they behave. We can't control how an innocent motorist may behave. Law enforcement has to abide by all the rules. Suspects fleeing have no rules to abide by. And because we lose control of so many of those variables, it increases the liability. It's easy for us to fall outside of policy or out of training in one of those stressful conditions. And since we know that only a third of those chases are going to have a successful conclusion to begin with, again, that risk versus benefit starts to teeter out of our control. If you look at just some of the dollar amounts associated to civil cases, and nationally each year, municipalities and employers pay around $65 million in civil liability costs. Many of those are upwards of over $1 million per case when there's a substantial injury as a result of a police pursuit. CIRSA, who is our risk mitigation insurer, acknowledges that a restrictive policy mitigates expenses and minimizes civil liability and keeps the costs down, the premium costs. Although they don't drive policy, they certainly recommend a restrictive policy for all of those reasons as a way to better control the cost around representing municipalities. I've mentioned this before, but we have, in fact, purchased the tire deflation devices. I mentioned that in, I think, the last council meeting as a result of a donation provided by our police foundation. That equipment is in. We are creating policy around that now. We will be pushing out specific training on not just tire deflation, but felony traffic stops, vehicle pins, those kinds of things in our training in 2023. Essentially what we're looking for is some sort of tool, something in our arsenal to use when we are confronted with suspects who are likely to flee. And I've mentioned to you before that particularly since we've had the flock installed or connected to the HOAs, but installed in the city, this is a daily occurrence. We just had one last night where it was a stolen license plate, actually, and they tried to stop them and they fled. We're having probably twice a week stolen vehicles flee from our officers. And what we're trying to do is create some low risk as possible, opportunities to apprehend those suspects that are coming into our city. And they're here. The technology that we've leveraged simply just identifies where they are and when they are. But we are certainly trying to close the disconnect and have something available to us as opposed to just waving goodbye as they flee from the city. Although displacement is still a win for our community. For every stolen car that comes in and we identify them within a minute of being in the city and they flee from us, that's one less crime committed that night. But I think to Councilmember Sheldon's point, sure it'd be nice to see him go to jail too. And so we are certainly trying our best to find ways and safer alternatives to do that and mitigate the risk to the public and to our staff. So. All right, that is a quick, low down and dirty overview of our pursuit policy. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right. Councilor Sheldon, I know this is near and dear to your heart. Do you have some
I do
thoughts?
have a few questions. Thanks, Chief, for that presentation. I think, I'm not exactly sure what transpired to make me aware of this recently, but I was unaware of it until recently. And I think what got me to ask staff to prepare this presentation tonight was my concern that our citizens may not know this policy and that our citizens might be upset if they knew this policy. I still fear that today, even after hearing your explanation, that if I had to go explain to my friends and neighbors who live in the village that we don't go chase if somebody comes into their house and takes their Monet off the wall and drives away with it, off they go. That troubles me, I think, deep inside. I guess I have concerns about bad guys. If word gets out that bad guys can come into the village, and I don't really care, I guess, for the purposes of this discussion, what all of our neighboring jurisdictions are doing and what's happening across the country. I'm talking about just the 6,500 of us who live here. If bad guys get word out, the crime rings that come in and hit our houses or hit our cars, that, hey, Cherry Hills, there, you go in there and you go rip off a car or go steal a Monet out of the house, just drive away. Cops are going to light you up with sirens and lights. All you got to do is drive away. They're not going to chase you. That, to me, is a bit concerning that if that word got out or is already out there, I'm not sure I'd be able to, I'm not going to say live with myself, but I'm not sure I really like that. I don't think I'd like to have to explain that to my neighbors and to our constituents that elected us. So that's really what's driving me to ask for this report tonight. And I have other notes about, $65 million nationally paid out per year. That's, in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of bupkis for a city our size. We would probably amount to maybe hundreds of dollars per capita if we had an event here that warranted a SRSA claim. I don't think SRSA would drop us if I don't think they can, or if they would drop us if there was a claim. So anyway, those are my comments. I'm curious to hear what the rest of council thinks about this. This one, I am appreciative, and I unfortunately Jen Diffendahl's not here. I know she's a big proponent of our PD, as am I, and I think we all are, and all of our citizens are. And I certainly don't want to ask you to go get in harm's way any more than you should. But a part of me says, what is our PD for, and why do we have PD if we're not going to go chase the bad guys when somebody comes in my house? I get it if it's a crime against person you're chasing. I get it, and that's great. But maybe there's other things that should warrant a chase as well, whether it's a stolen car or I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line, and I'm sure that line's very difficult on the fly for dispatch to talk to the officer in the car that's responding to a call and decide whether or not it was a six-pack or a Monet that just got ripped off. So I get it that there's flaws in necessarily what I'm asking for, having a different bar instead of just crimes against person to be set. But I want to hear what the rest of council thinks about this. Thank you.
If I can just respond to I'm not sure this is going to make you feel any better, but you actually are right on the first two things that you said. One is that most residents, they don't think about it until it affects them. They make some assumptions that police are out there and would chase should their Monet be stolen. That's true not just in Cherry Hills Village. It's true in every community that I've been a part of, and certainly as I travel the country, that is something that pops up all of the time. It's also true that the word is out. You're absolutely correct, which is why Colorado leads the United States in auto theft. There are very conservative pursuit policies around property crimes. And I'll try to strike a balance for a guy who has always enjoyed a good chase. I'll be the first to tell you I stand by this policy as a best practice policy, simply because of the statistics around crashes and how they end, and that there does need to be a risk versus benefit analysis. And I've had this conversation in other communities in my career, being a subject matter expert in law enforcement training. I've heard citizens say the same thing. Well, if not for what would, who stands between us and bad guys? And if you're not going to chase them, then who will? And they stand on this ledge and they make that claim. And I don't mean to sound dramatic, but they make that claim until we kill their neighbor. And then all of a sudden it's, well, how could you be so reckless? And we have lost the ability to not be villainized in policing right now. And it's you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. And there has to be this on-the-fly, very dynamic, very fluid analysis as to whether or not it's worth the risk. And there are some no-brainers out there, right? The obvious one, a kidnapping, shots fired, an officer down, a homicide, something like that. Because the scale balances out differently, and all of a sudden it becomes more important to catch the bad guy than to let them go. But if somebody, and I don't want to, it's not trivial, it's the most important thing in people's lives when it occurs, but if someone opens an unlocked car door and steals $1.30 out of the console, that's technically a felony crime. It's first-degree criminal trespass. Whether we would chase for that, I'm not sure that makes sense. And so, to your point, Councilmember Sheldon, it is a weird evaluation that has to occur, and it's a weird balance to strike. What is important is that we have the tool in our pocket should we need it, and I can assure you that the city would not want to be on the front page of the Denver Post on a $4.5 million settlement several times a year because something went sideways. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
I would also just suggest that, nobody's home at my house and bad guys come and light fire to my house and it goes down in flames. I don't think that the city would like to be on the front page of the paper for having not chased the bad guys.
Well, if they burn your house down, we're chasing them.
Not according to your policy.
That's not a property crime. Arson's a person crime if it's occupied.
But I started off by saying if I'm not home.
Well, yeah, then we're going to abide by the policy on that one.
Well, but I think that's important that we are, and this policy is not saying that we don't continue to try and catch the bad guy just because they cross state lines. It just means we've made a determination that a risk to life and limb is not in the best interests. We are going to probably call our residing city mates and say, red Ferrari just passed into your jurisdiction having done arson at so-and-so address. Please try and chase them down and recover the Monet that they took off the wall before they lit the house up.
Certainly, we communicate with those other jurisdictions, and I don't want this to sound like we turn a blind eye to crime. My job is to find creative ways to catch bad guys before a pursuit starts. And there are many mechanisms to do that, and we're working on those now. We're doing a complete policy review of all the policies that we have. Tire deflation is part of it. High-risk traffic stops is part of it. Having a strategy when we go into one of these neighborhoods where we know a bad guy is part of it. The vehicle containment tactic is part of it. I mean, we have to have some tools available to us to give it our best shot to catch bad guys without creating an undue harm to the public. There is that's back to that weird balance, right? And I mean, the truth is we have nothing in place right now. And it's my job to fix that. And we are doing that step by step in a very strategic, reasonable, and logical way by maintaining best practice standards, but also trying to meet the expectations of our community. And for what it's worth, I love the fact that this community wants their police officers to be aggressive in crime fighting. That's fantastic. There are many communities, too many communities across the country who we would never engage in this conversation. And so my job is to, again, try to strike that balance, do what's right, while at the same time trying to meet the expectations of the residents here.
Can you tell all of us what happened in Aurora a couple months ago? I think you and I were discussing this at one point. You said that Aurora's police chief was dropping the hammer on crime and said they're going to start chasing the bad guys. I'm paraphrasing, something like that.
And I'll try to be careful in my response to this. I was present at a meeting where the interim chief, who was out out of state, asked the sitting chiefs, of which I was a part of, what the rules and laws were around chases. And there was an arbitrary comment that things were going to change. And I appreciated the ideology around it, which is crime is rampant and we got to do something. We got to send a stronger message. I appreciate that. What that is going to end up like by the time they finish their policy development and their folks weigh in, it will not look like it did on the first night on the news, where there's just this, we'll chase for anything in our city regardless. That's not going to happen that way. There's too many statutory requirements that prohibit that kind of activity, particularly around Senate Bill 217, which he was not aware of. So I think what you're going to see is a loosened policy. There's this very restrictive now. I think you'll see a loosened policy, but it won't be chasing for minor property crimes, traffic infractions, those kinds of things. There was an initiative. Well, I'll leave it there because there's pending litigation that I'm not going to.
Thank you for my name in. Would anyone else be interested in voicing their opinion on this?
Well, I've got a comment, I guess, on that. Is that, and this has been a terrific presentation. I hadn't really thought about it. In something like this, my gut reaction is just to defer to the chief, and I'm good with what you do. I will admit, though, that having heard Councilor Sheldon's questions, I hadn't thought about it, and I'm thinking about it now. But still, it doesn't change that my reaction is still defer to you. But since we're engaged in this, I was curious, though, and that word benefit, and I think there was a slide where some of that was, but it went so fast and I didn't get it. And it strikes me as I'm not quite certain what the benefit is that we're weighing against the risk, other than the benefit of, hey, if it doesn't involve, if we don't think that by not pursuing this person, it won't result in further bodily injury to another citizen. And that would seem like that would be high on the list. And so then I'm thinking, okay, so some guy steals some money and then runs, or some guy's speeding. But you're under suspicion of a drunk driver and he eludes you. Are you going to chase him? Because that guy the risk has gone up substantially that he is going to hurt somebody.
It's a great question. There are a lot of policies that are now starting to include a provision for what is reasonably believed to be an impaired driver. And the question is twofold. One is, if you chase an impaired driver and they panic and now they drive worse than initially, did you create a substantial risk to the public? And sort of without consequence, it wasn't your intention, but it does. Same argument can be made and has been made all over the country, which is, but you could have warned other drivers. If you see him driving and he's impaired, he's crossing all over the road, crossing the double yellow, and you turn your lights off and go the other way, which is typically what would happen when we terminate a pursuit. If we didn't do that, if we actually stayed behind him with the lights and siren on, maybe we could have warned another motorist and saved a life. And I have reviewed this question. I have looked at documentation. There is no right answer to that, because you are darned if you do and darned if you don't. The argument can be made either way. What you are starting to see in some policies is a provision that allows for certain tactics to occur with impaired drivers who aren't increasing their erratic driving behavior, such as what we call a boxing in, which is using 2 or 3 vehicles in a natural or man-made barrier to essentially box in a vehicle and slow its speed in a safest way possible. At worst, you might cause some property damage to a vehicle, but it can be argued maybe we saved a life, right? So there are some options out there for certain situations. The benefit that you were asking about is that the benefit of the bad guy outweighs the risk essentially that there's in this ongoing imminent threat, and without intervention, they're likely to hurt more people, right? The benefit of catching that type of offender may outweigh the risk of putting others in harm's way. So that's the analysis. I mean, it's semantics.
And that makes
I guess,
sense.
but
Let me ask, sort of follow on, there's a bad guy, he's done something, but you're not going to pursue him, or other police departments aren't going to pursue him when they come into Cherry Hills. It goes into Denver. Do you radio Denver saying, hey, by the way, there's a red Chevy, driving down, blah, 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 and you did something, if you have anybody, and can you stop them, and vice versa, do they do it with us? Because, you're not going to chase them, but if there's a cop car, a Denver police car 3 blocks down, and the guy's going right by him, again, that's, minor, but I'm curious because the policy seems to make sense, other than the question is a difficult one, but then do the police departments kind of work together to go, hey, we're not chasing, but, have you seen this guy?
absolutely, the communication is certainly regional. So, as an example, if we tried to stop a car and they fled into Denver, and we said, hey, it's a stolen vehicle, and they fled, Denver's not going to engage in a pursuit on that either. At best, like we might, is that we'll keep an eye out in the area, and if by chance an opportunity presents itself for us to pin the vehicle or box it in or stop stick it, which is the tire deflation device, maybe we might seize that opportunity. But the surrounding jurisdictions have the same policy we do. And the other thing worth mentioning is if, let's say, Aurora, as an example, decides, hey, we're going to chase for stolen vehicles, and they chase one into Cherry Hills and they ask for our help, we're not providing that assistance because it doesn't meet our criteria to engage.
Chief, that was my question to you, because you and I talked about the case where the chase started in Aurora. Greenwood picked up on it. The deflated tires happened and Greenwood, I guess, never notified you. We had the guy break into a house in Glenmore because of that. But would you pick up if Greenwood had called, said these guys were chasing into Cherry Hills, would your policy to be to pick up on that chase at that point in time, or just let it go?
No, so for us to engage in another jurisdiction's pursuit, it has to meet our criteria as well. So to say that was a chase is probably erroneous to a degree. It was a fleeing vehicle that they sticked, just like we probably would. And then when it was disabled, that suspect fled on foot. We were notified, but it had been 10 or 12 minutes. And by that time, there was no track. For what it's worth, we now require all of our officers to monitor Greenwood and Inglewood's primary radio traffic.
I have a friend whose daughter studies, oddly enough, people who get hit in roadways, pedestrians who get hit in roadways. She said it's amazingly high percentage get hit by police cars and ambulances because they're in a chase or, going quick. So if the statistics are a third of the crashes result in, a third of the pursuits result in crash, high likelihood of people getting injured, right? I think this is a good policy. I think from a liability standpoint for the city, it makes sense. Yes, we may lose. People may get frustrated that they lose something that most likely is insured, and they may not feel as safe. And I get that. I think you're focusing on the right thing, and what are the other tools that we have that we can make people feel safe and discourage criminals from coming into the city. And obviously, police presence is a big piece of that, right? Or with these flock cameras, if you're able to get to the streets quickly when you see what's happening, that's a huge tool. I'm curious, this is... so car chasing cars, right? What about pursuit of, somebody's on foot? What is the policy around that? Obviously not with a car,
A foot pursuit, yeah. No, there really is no criteria for that. So the law has 3 thresholds of contact, and I'll make this real quick. The first is that we can contact anybody at any time that we want. Walking down the street, we could say, hey, hello, how are you? Can we chat for a few minutes? It's called a consensual encounter. The second level of contact, which is most often used, is called reasonable suspicion or Terry stop after a 1972 case out of Ohio, Terry v. Ohio, which basically says that a law enforcement can stop and detain temporarily for the purpose of if they reasonably believe that somebody did, is, or is about to commit a crime. So something that's suspicious, that raises the suspicion of a reasonably prudent law enforcement officer. There's facts and circumstances that would lead them to believe that that person did, is, or is about to commit a crime. We can actually say, no, you come here, don't go anywhere. Most often that those folks run. And the law in Colorado still allows us to chase people who run. And then the third level of contact is probable cause, and that is where we can make a physical arrest. And that means that the facts and circumstances determined by a law enforcement officer led them to believe that, one, a violation of the law occurred, and two, that the person either detained or sought likely committed that crime. And so because we can physically take somebody into custody for that, that also allows for a pursuit. A foot pursuit is, the threshold is quite low. We have to be reasonably suspicious that they committed a crime. And there's a lot of ways to get there, as opposed to the much higher probable cause threshold. So foot pursuits certainly don't fall under the same category. There are tactical considerations to be made, but there's no statutory guidelines around when we can chase on foot. I say that because the state of Washington last year passed legislation that prohibited this, and then crime went through the roof, and they've rescinded it since. But currently, we still can chase on foot, and do.
Real quick, I just want to mention, obviously our proceeding tonight is on the record. I mean, if anybody doesn't know about this policy and wants to know, we're not hiding it. I think that maybe this is something that might go within our counselor's report on one of the months in the Crier report. There might be a topic for us to discuss. I'm just saying it might be out there. The other piece that I think I want to mention is that, unfortunately, this is dated information, but not, it's information that shows that this is an issue that does hit close to home. Unfortunately, many years ago, on different accidents, we lost two very prominent residents to hit and run accidents because of pursuit policy. Two of my childhood classmates both lost their parents, or their fathers, excuse me. And, when it really comes down to it, no matter how disappointed some of our fellow residents and community members may be, the reality is that this is stuff. And stuff versus life, I think the policy is that life would always prevail on the decision-making matrix. And I think that that is not to discount the importance of a Monet or any other treasured possession. It could be my picture of my very, very close grandfather, who knows. It doesn't have to be a monetarily important or valuable object. But the resulting decision is that life probably is more important than stuff. And as far as covered by insurance, I think some of these questions, maybe it's covered by insurance, by the property owner's insurance, but given the state law that says if you're personally liable for some of this stuff, I'm not sure that the city's insurance policy is going to cover some of this stuff if you're acting beyond the scope of your duties. And only one or two of these has the risk of bankrupting the village. So much as I hate to ever make decisions based purely on economics, it's a strong factor. And so I think the resulting policy that you have written is one that, frankly, I wouldn't be shy to convey it to those people. And if people are upset about it, I'd rather know about it now so that we can maybe work something out with Chief about how, A, they understand it better, B, we can design something better. And I'll close there.
Randy, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm curious, what, if you have, like, I think one of your criteria might have been attempted murder or something like that. If that occurs, we're not a very big geographic area. If that occurs in Centennial and they're fleeing on their way through Cherry Hills Village with an intention of getting away, how does that work? Do you hand off to each municipality as the perpetrator moves, or?
No, not necessarily. So Colorado allows for continuation of a single criminal event. So if wherever it started, Centennial, which would be Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, if they chased them to Fort Collins, they could effect the physical arrest in Fort Collins based on their charges, and really take anything that occurred between here and there that occurred criminally. So that's typically the way that works, as opposed to 8 agencies jumping in, trying to charge independently. The originating agency, if there's one continuous criminal event, they'll take all criminal charges that occur during that, what we call fresh pursuit.
Got it. Thank you.
So I guess what I would like to say is I share a lot of Councilor Sheldon's concerns, and I think our citizens probably are disappointed that that there are bad guys all around and that we just kind of let them go. But I also understand the realities of the situation our police are in and that we are in as a community. And we don't want to put our police officers in undue risk. We don't want to put our other innocent citizens in undue risk. So I guess my thoughts turn to things like the stop strips and I guess the point I would bring up, that just to throw out, I don't know if there's anything that could be done, but with all of the Ring cameras and the flock cameras, and I feel like there is a sense that you can have, you see it posted on Nextdoor every day. This person stole my package, and it's a close-up of their face. And yet, there's nothing. And I think I don't know if there are other technologies, if there are other, that could help us track down people kind of after the fact. So we're not going to pursue them right now because of the risk inherent in that. But we're going to follow up. And I think if there was some understanding of what degree of follow-up is possible, how often, and maybe that number's not very encouraging, but how often that results in something. I know, and I'll knock on whatever this is.
Laminate
wood. Before I moved to Cherry Hills Village, we lived in Wash Park. We had a detached garage with an alley entrance like all of those homes there, and our garage was broken into twice over that time. And it is a horrible, and the stuff they stole in the end really wasn't worth much, golf clubs or whatever, but the feeling of violation and of kind of insecurity that you feel as a result of that is the real damage. But, we had fingerprints, we had nothing. And so I think there is a sense of, maybe if we could brainstorm on that end of the equation a little bit, there are other things we might be able to do.
Yeah, and I appreciate your perspective on that. For what it is worth, when we do have those types of crimes, we do process those crime scenes. We lift what we call latent fingerprints, those things that you can't see, and submit those. Should we get a good print, those are submitted to the lab. DNA's become the new fingerprint, for what that's worth. But there is a ton of work happening behind the scenes. So when we have an image, we share that not with just our surrounding organizations, but we share that with a central portal here in Colorado called Kayak. It's the Colorado Analysis Information Center. And so they They pull all of that information together and they distribute that to all of the crime analysts throughout every organization in the state. See who's got similar crimes, who might recognize a bad guy. And there's a tremendous number of investigative leads identified through those processes, and a lot more arrests than perhaps most people might imagine. There is, just because acutely we can't, chase a bad guy at high speeds, doesn't mean that the investigative process stops there. And we solve a lot of crimes through the diligent work of our detectives. It's just not real pretty work, right? It's a lot of office work. It's a lot of database searches, and it's a lot of fingerprint analysis, and those kinds of things take time. Fingerprints in particular, 6 or 8 months right now was a backlog for even getting to those prints. There are some systemic issues that need to be addressed locally, but that doesn't negate our efforts to do our best, and we'll continue to do that.
And I think that's the exact type of thing. If there was a way that we could invest in something that would, process fingerprints faster, or that's the kind of, maybe that's an area where maybe we could make some improvements. So we're just always, thank you for your work on all of that, and we're open to any ideas and resources you might need.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, now we will move to reports. I really don't have a whole lot to report since 2 weeks ago. So moving on to members of council, let's start with Councilor Ebert.
One, just a report of an incident that happened interestingly in Three Pond Park. I came across, walking on the canal, a couple of youngish boys who had ridden on their bicycle with shovels on the back of their bicycle, and they had decided that they were going to build a bicycle jump in the middle of Mead Park, and had altered the irrigation ditch in Mead Park so that they could come down the hill off the canal. In Three Pond, in Three Pond Park, where they could come down off the canal angle right to where the irrigation ditch is, where one of the paths goes right in, and they were going to actually build up the edge of the irrigation ditch so that the jump was even better than it would have been otherwise. I told them that that was not allowed, and that they probably needed to understand that it was city property. They were not happy and had said something to the effect of, they knew somebody who was the former mayor and would talk to them about what I had said to them. So I said,
Did you pursue them?
I did not pursue them, not even on foot. I did have the canines, and notwithstanding their ferociousness, they still got away. Wanted to commend all of the city staff on behalf of the residents or the response during the storm this last week. Certainly unexpected in terms of the significance. I mean, I don't think anybody expected that we'd have quite that much rain, and I think you guys did a great job on that, and everybody I talked to said it was great. And finally, on behalf of all of us, we are thankful that the legislature has closed for the year. We want to say thank you to city staff for your heroic efforts on all things legislative. The effort on 213 was tremendous. It wasn't just 213, and it wasn't just legislative stuff. You guys always do yeoman's work, and I think all of us thank you for that. I would like to suggest maybe that we collectively write a thank you letter also to CML for its large and frankly effective work on behalf of the city of Cherry Hills. And that's it.
Councilor Holen.
No, nothing to report. I too just wanted to thank staff for the efforts during the floods that we had. I saw folks out there and doing what we could do, so I really appreciate that. I also wanted to thank staff as well as council for everything they did on 213. A tremendous effort, and then a special shout out to our mayor who, I can't even imagine how many hours you must have spent on that, but we did a great job. I think it is a good thing to maybe send CML a letter, and I don't know if city manager is going to talk about this, but, and I know in CML, one of the CML reports, they talked about, I can't remember the words, but, okay, we're working now on next steps, and I'd really like to know what the next steps are. If there aren't active next steps by CML being proposed, I'd like as a council for us to talk about what we're going to do, because as they said, this is just the first salvo. It's not going to stop. I don't know if the first steps are literally all the way from get the movement to amend the Constitution to something else. But I want to know what it is. I want to know what's going on. I want to know if something's going to go on before then any one of us, myself included, might go off half-cocked and say, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to go off and do my own thing. Because I do, and I don't think anybody disagrees, but this is going to, and then I've heard stories about how all the senators, Democratic senators and people were called into Polis's office, and this is going to come right back. And so there needs to be a better and a bigger dam built. So and I don't know what's out there. And so if anybody knows, maybe you can let me know, and then we can talk about what we do next. But certainly, thank you for all of the efforts to many of our citizens, to people that did so much to make that happen. And again, special shout out to you, Katie. So,
Councilor Wheel.
Thank you. Yes, I certainly would echo Earl's comments. I think we all spend a lot of time on 213, but Katie in particular, and I think it was time well spent all the way around. I believe we punched way above our weight in terms of getting attention and urgency against what kind of seemed like an ambush. I mean, we reacted well and on a very timely basis. It could have gotten away from us. So that's terrific. Thank you, Paul Workman, for helping with some of the background. The HOA at Cherry Hills Farms trying to rewrite some of their rules, and some of that can be deferred to letting the city code guide it. And Paul's been very helpful with that. And I think to staff as well on 213, I've got to echo the comments of my colleagues. Even though it's redundant, I know you guys did, well, you had to go way above and beyond, and it wasn't just 213, but 213 was a big deal. Dr.Cog, to your point, Earl, I think there was a lot of discussion and the same kind of feeling. That is, this is not going away, and we've got to be prepared and move rapidly. I think not at all in a vacuum. They're talking about, the conversation went to, got to connect with CML, with CCI, and for that matter with the governor's office and all the rest of it. Not to, in effect, go to their level on this, that it's got to be a collaborative effort. But they have a lot of data and a lot of analytical horsepower. And land use and transportation are just inextricably linked. So I think you're going to see some movement, some progress. They're still at the collect the thoughts stage, in the aftermath. But I think hopefully you'll see some direction that's really good for helping municipalities be prepared. And that is about all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sheldon.
I will try to be brief. Laura, quick piece of housekeeping. Our monitors are up here flickering, at least Mayor.
Yeah, our two.
It's these two here, just FYI for. I'm out of the country next week for 2 weeks. If anyone's looking for me, I will not be around. I will be checking periodically on voicemail and email and whatnot. So I will be missing the June 6th, I believe it is, meeting, and I've reported that to staff already. May 4th, Highline Canal Collaborative. We met here in this building. Always nice to show off our digs. Some of those folks I don't think had been in here yet. And exciting stuff going on. We are, as you all probably have heard or have been reported by now, we're working on a new plan by which the local counties will take over
ownership and maintenance to some extent with cooperation from the municipalities within those counties. Maybe with Adams County being the outlier there because they have such a relatively small piece of it. And congrats to the Nuggets. They pulled one out tonight.
Oh, did they?
I heard. Yeah, I hope nobody was recording it.
All right, Counselor Blum.
I was the one who told me.
Blame it on me. I just want to say that after we gave them the variance for Glenmore we do have new water hazards now. Whatever was done is underwater now. There's new lakes everywhere. This is for Doug. Have we looked at the potential for a windfall here based upon the new assessments? I mean, mine was ridiculous, went up 60%, but have we looked at it from a standpoint of what we're going to do with all that windfall?
Well, it is, actually, we were pretty close in our long-range financial forecast. But I think yours in particular, we're going to put in a reserve.
Good idea. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What was that? Could I just, I thought our long range, I don't have it in front of me, but I thought it was based on 29%, or was it 30? I can't remember, and it came in at like 38% when you checked again?
It was 30 in our long range, and it was 33 that the actual.
33?
Amount, yeah.
Okay, is that what you reported? Okay.
And are we going to run the numbers on what it would look like if Prop HH passes in November, or are we going to wait until? Yeah, part of the budget
I'm
process.
sure that's going to be a part of our budget process.
Okay.
Yes.
One other question. I did meet with one of the two candidates for Denver mayor. Brought up the issue of I-25 in Bellevue. They were totally unaware of the situation and obviously need to be educated. Where do we stand now in the latest on the Bellevue and I-25 since they just added another 100 or 150,000 square feet there?
The I-25 Bellevue interchange process, in essence, is at a standstill. I don't want to say it's dead because it's not, but it is at a very big standstill. Denver has not changed their position regarding the problems or challenges that exist with the union alignment with the split. And Greenwood Village and Arapahoe County, and to a lesser extent CDOT, have expressed concerns with the SPUI solution. There were different iterations to try and look at different alternatives. There's really only one winner out of this process so far, which is the consultants, because they have had to look at this about 4 different times. So far, everybody else is feeling very unsatisfied. So,
If I could also just briefly add to that one of the components of Senate Bill 213 that got added in the House amendments that actually worked in our favor because it angered so many people was that they added in a provision that you couldn't add any new interchanges or modify any interchanges unless if they that increased capacity, unless you had to demonstrate that you were going to reduce the traffic at those interchanges by 3%. Exactly. Well,
because what they're trying to get at was then you handle that movement through other modes of transportation.
Right.
So bus, bicycle, pedestrians.
And what they're trying to get at is they really don't want to increase cars on the traffic, or cars on the roads. And so that was an interesting provision that would have completely killed the Bellevue interchange.
Everybody's alternative for Bellevue, right? It would just be frozen in time. Yeah.
I will just reiterate all of the thanks that went all around the room for everybody tonight without doing it individually because it's 9:40 almost. Otherwise, I have no report. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right. City manager and staff.
I will start with the chief. After voluminous conversations tonight, I don't know if he has any additional updates.
I just want to give an honorable mention. Tonight ends National Police Week. That week containing May 15th has been identified as National Police Week since the Kennedy administration. This year identified as May 12th through May 16th. I actually just returned back from Washington, D.C. this morning. I had the pleasure of taking 5 members of my staff out to Washington, D.C. for National Police Week. We had the opportunity to celebrate the profession and pay tribute to the 556 names added to the memorial this year, 224 of those killed in the line of duty in 2022. That's one officer every 40 hours. The Law Enforcement Memorial has the distinction of being the only memorial in Washington, D.C. that grows every year. And there were a tremendous number of solemn events, but also an opportunity for my staff who've never been to celebrate the profession. And I thank the Police Foundation for their donation that paid for that trip. Thank you.
I have one
Hey,
question.
just one question it was the municipal court report, and she's not here, but it went to traffic speeding, and obviously you've increased the amount of coverage, et cetera, and, the amount of traffic speeding tickets have dropped literally in half. And I'm just curious, and the presence is more. I don't know if that's the reason it dropped down, or whether our residents are finally getting it, or we're finally getting it. But I mean, it's pretty notable at the end of the day, and given all the feedback that we get from our citizens about speeding, I mean, boy, it is really, really down.
So are crashes. And by design, that strategy is working. There are some, and I won't go into those now, but if you'd like to talk offline, I'm happy to chat with you. But there are some systemic reasons as to why we had an inflated number of traffic citations. There are fixes around that. Just so you know, as you clearly know, I believe in traffic enforcement. It's more important to reduce crashes, and particularly injury crashes. What I changed when I got here was that traffic enforcement was no longer to be used as a metric to please your supervisor. And it's late, why not? That was how we determined who were good officers, by the number of tickets they wrote. And I don't believe in that metric.
Well, to the extent that any aspect of that statistic is speeding is down in the village, congratulations.
I had a question also. What is criminal mischief? What kind of things is that?
Criminal mischief is a fancy way of saying vandalism.
Okay.
Same crime. So damaging the real property of another.
Okay. Any particular reason why it's up so much over last year, or just?
One night in particular, we had over a dozen mailboxes destroyed by one group of kids who decided to play mailbox baseball.
Oh, gee.
Did you catch him?
Dad's like, he doesn't live here anymore. He's in college. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, unfortunately, those were reported the next day.
Quick question in the highlights part of your report. It says several thefts from motor vehicles occurred in April. If you look at the graph, I think we had 11 thefts. Were all 11 of those? Is that what several means, 11?
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. I've pushed this button so many times tonight, I lost track. The graph will have the
Theft from motor vehicle, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you'll have to look at April's.
April was 10 thefts from motor vehicle.
Okay.
All of which were unsecured or with valuables in the front seat.
100% of those.
I can't wait to tell all the people that tell me they don't need to lock their doors.
The long-awaited new telephone system should go live the day after Memorial Day, so phones will be down just a short period of time, hopefully in the morning, and back up and running, hopefully within a few hours. So if that happens, you'll know it's the new phone system installed. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Goldie.
Now I have no excuse not to return calls.
Yeah.
We have the spring cleanup this Saturday from 9 to 2. That is at 2101, the Public Works facility. Any of our practicing Jewish residents, we take about 10 calls. We do have some time, and we can make it available to drop off things on Friday. We can't take your shredding, though. We don't want any personal information, but we can take paint and electronics. Don't just stop by and call me because you want to come by on Friday so you can go to your house on the mountains on Saturday. We try to keep it for, those true religious reasons. We interacted, I think, very well with the police during the storm this last week. The police did a great job out in this intersection especially. We were in contact all night with them, which allowed us to get some pumps in early. We had the issue again at the church at Clarkson and Hamden. We work closely with the city of Inglewood. I've got a call into the city of Inglewood to try to figure some things out and why things are happening in that corner still. So, but overall, we had hardly, the High Line overflowed a little. Didn't cause any damage. We had a really large sinkhole in Oxford that could have swallowed a car. Luckily, it was reported before anybody drove into it, so we got that taken care of. Up by Clarkson, about halfway down towards the end. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Laura?
No report, other than we won't see you again until June, so enjoy your Memorial Day weekends.
It was just a week ago yesterday that 213 met its demise. I echo all of council's thoughts regarding staff's involvement, and we definitely had some folks that went way above and beyond the normal call of duty on state legislation. That's not normally what gets us out of bed, and it really was extraordinary, and hats off to all staff. But you guys hats off to you and to our residents. I think I mentioned this to you in an email. I think your efforts mattered, and I think they had a real effect. And I won't get into a lot of the specifics, but a special note goes out to Mayor Brown. I think some of her specific efforts, I don't have to speculate. I know had a real effect. And so, honestly, it's another example of what it's like to work in this community. And it's impressive. It really is. And so hats off to everyone. The only other thing I guess I would have, just a quick update regarding 90 Mead Lane and that process. We had made selections down to 2 finalists out of the applicants, and we interviewed those, we being Director Goldie and Councilor Sheldon and myself. We have made a tentative selection. We are going to go through the contract negotiation process. And once we have that finalized, we will let council know that selection. I will say we are going to be talking about processes dealing with this sale. For a residential lot sale, it's probably going to be unique processes that we're not used to from a city government perspective. You all are probably used to them from a personal perspective, having dealt with your own personal real estate. But there will be steps where we will need to get city council's buy-in or approval, and we may or may not want to wait till the next scheduled council meeting to do such an action. So stay tuned. We will likely be reaching out to you with some updates about processes and things like that. So we've already begun those conversations so that once the listing goes live, we're ready to go and hit the ground running, because I do know that there has been some interest generated already. So it will, there's a chance that we may have some activity early on.
And will we be able to do those meetings by Zoom? I'm going to be out of town for a fair amount of the next month.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that yet. That's what we have to work out. I would just say some of the steps may require council action. Some of them, we just may be updating you about steps that we're taking. For those steps that require council action, there's a chance we may need to have special meetings, for example. And if we have a special meeting, you won't be the only one out of town. We will be shooting for a special meeting time and date where we can get a quorum. So maybe not everybody gets to weigh in on everything, but with this market, I'm selling my home currently, and I can tell you being nimble is of the essence because it is not the same market it was 2 years ago or even 18 months ago. And when offers come in, they will often provide turnaround times with those offers. And so we will likely need to be extremely nimble. So stay tuned. Just be aware that, and we're continuing to work with Councilor Sheldon on this process. So he will be an excellent council representative throughout. That's all I have.
All right, City Attorney, nothing to report. All right, we do have an executive session on the agenda.
I move that we go into executive session pursuant to CRS Sections 24-6-4024B and 24-6-4024E for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding communications with Colorado Open Lands regarding the conservation easement on the property known as Quincy Farm, and regarding a notice to enforce copyrights provided to the city. And I further move that to return to City Council meeting at the conclusion of the executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Would the clerk take the vote?
Counselor Eber?
Aye.
Counselor Holen?
Aye.
Counselor Wheel?
Aye.
Counselor Sheldon?
Aye.
Counselor Blum?
Aye.
Counselor McGuire?
Aye.
All right, we will move to executive session and return here.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, I move to authorize the city manager to make the payment in response to the notice to enforce copyrights as discussed in executive session and to execute any and all documents necessary to effect such settlement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Is there a motion to adjourn? We adjourn at 11:02 PM.